for now, self-realizations program are very important programs, okay? Because these are the programs where we actually um, learn from each other, from each other's realizations. Okay, so without further delay, let us hear from all the wonderful devotees for your realizations. Thank you very much. Who would like to go first? Please go. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you, His Grace Amrish Prabhu, Her Grace Pragya Devi Dasi Mataji, and His Grace Krishna Samarpan Krishna Prabhu for organizing these wonderful programs and giving us chance to share our realizations. As you rightly said, that these realization programs are very important, and I like them very much personally, and because it's helped me in a lot of things. I can learn different points and different angles that different devotees share their realization and how Krishna consciousness helped them, and our programs helped them. Srila Gurudev's teaching helped them. Srila Prabhupada books helped them. So so my realization is on actually the programs that Prabhuji have conducted last week. And as Prabhuji was explaining that we've been discussing Lord Kapil Dev's pastime or his teachings from Srimad Bhagavatam, but that's before that. But I focused on that because when I was listening those programs, and there are heaps of points, and it seems like I have to listen many times to realize those points or and really understand those points, because this is not ordinary classes, those last Sundays. And so Prabhuji has spoke on to become a guru and make home to temple and preach Krishna consciousness. And these are the practical implementations that we study, These are the practical implementation, how we do it. So and that was based on Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela. And Prabhuji shared a lot of verses from it. So first of all, I have realized that when we make our home to temple, the whole family is engaged in Krishna consciousness or Krishna service. The whole environment of house changes. It changes dramatically because Krishna is the center of everything. And we get to do the services ourselves, which we see in the temple, the other devotees are doing. So it's not that you cannot do services in the temple, but when you do services in home, temple, day in, day out, the attachment to Krishna develops. So especially children are engaged in service. So which is very important, because I remember Srila Gurudev's quote, where Guru Maharaj said that with our preaching, we have to especially reach the younger generations. Otherwise, they will become royal addition of animals. So this training in Krishna consciousness should start in very early age. So I have noticed that children are taking interest in services, and which helping them to generating further interest in reading Srila Prabhupada books and do chanting. So I remember His Grace Amrish Prabhuji always mentioned to engage and train your children yourselves by following Krishna consciousness at home. Why depend on others to teach them? Create the opportunity for yourselves. Because we very inclined, because out of laziness or whatever, we think that we send our children to Krishna school or somewhere else, so they will teach them, and we are free from our responsibilities. But that's not that's not right, because children learn by looking at their parents more, what's happening at home. That's very big impression on their growth, So it is very important when we should follow the Krishna consciousness at home and make our home as a temple. So this point struck out for me from last Sunday class that create opportunity for yourselves to increase your bhakti, because this we must do. Do not depend on others for your bhakti. You may be living in one room, so what? You can create opportunity for yourselves to do bhakti. Why depend on somebody else's help? Of course, you requires help, but take some responsibility for yourself. We take help, but we are responsible for ourselves. Nobody can make you chant sincerely. We must take effort ourselves. So this is so there is so these are the points that I have been thinking and meditating, that yes, we have to take responsibilities. For how long we have to depend on others and run away from our responsibilities? It's time now that we preach boldly and go ahead, as Prabhuji always encourage us and guide us, and so fully supporting us. There's no lacking on the part of uh, Prabhuji or Guru Maharaj or Srila Prabhupada. The only lacking is from ourselves, because we are holding it back. So there is no need. And now, because all the sports are there, so everybody is supporting us. So why not? Another point was that become a guru and preach Krishna consciousness. So this is the verse is very important verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Yare dekha tare kaha Krishna upadesh, amar agna guru hana tarai desh." So the translation, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Shri Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. So Mahaprabhu said, Amar Agna Guru Hana, means under my order become a spiritual master. Mahaprabhu made us guru to preach Krishna consciousness. So I have realized from this point that guru doesn't mean only who gives initiation. Guru means preaching Krishna consciousness. So I remember the discussion on this point in last session, that why Srila Prabhupada said it is best not to accept disciples. So for preaching, we do not have to accept disciples. We can preach Krishna consciousness and ask them to follow the instructions of Krishna and Mahaprabhu. So first we learn and study Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam nicely and sincerely. Learn K for Krishna and preach K for Krishna by the order of Mahaprabhu. In this way, you are a guru. Another reason is that not to become unnecessarily proud, that I'm preaching and people respecting me. To stop this going in our head, Mahaprabhu instructed to us to practice humble and meekness at home. So study Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita and chant the holy names of the Lord. When a guru accepts the disciple, and especially in organizational consciousness, then it is highly chance of becoming proud, because everything is done for you and luxury places are provided to stay and opulent prasadam is provided. Nobody can question on all those things to you. So of course, spiritual master should be given respect, like as the Lord himself, as as he is the bona fide representative of Krishna, as Srila Prabhupada also said that this point. But here, Mahaprabhu showed by his example that he stayed on the roadside in the night and accepted prasadam from taking alms. So this is ideal sannyasi behavior. So this is the another reason that Srila Prabhupada said not to accept disciples and better to preach Krishna consciousness by the order of Mahaprabhu. Because Mahaprabhu made us guru. What to speak of disciple? And this is Bhagavad Vidhi. That's what I understood so far. Because yeah, otherwise it's a very big chance that we become, it goes in our head that we are preaching and we are big become big personalities. So even though small amount of people respecting you, it goes in our head straight away that I'm something, that oh, they respecting me. And this is very dangerous, very, very dangerous to our devotion service. And my next realization is on the another class of Prabhuji, that after that on last Sunday on Radha Ashtami, that actually there are so many points that, as I said before, that these two classes, I have to listen them again and again. So Prabhuji shared the reference of Nectar of Instruction, mantra, verse 5, where Krishneti Yasya Giritam, respect the devotees who are initiated, you know. Now, then there is points from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur reference. Those three main points were that number one, that whether a Vaishnava is properly initiated or not is not subject for consideration. And second is that one may be initiated and yet contaminated by Mayavad philosophy. So, and the third one is, but the person who chants the holy name offenselessly will not be contaminated. So I have realized that yes, we respect Vaishnavas who are chanting the holy name of the Lord. But the point here is that formal initiation is not a guarantee of purity. Srila Prabhupada said that it is a formality. Main thing is offenseless chanting of the holy name. So a person can be contaminated by Mayavad philosophy or demigod worship or other philosophies even after initiation. So how to avoid this contamination is offenseless chanting. Because as Prabhuji said, that a neophyte can also be chanting offenselessly. Because main thing is that we have 100% faith in Krishna. And Krishna and his name are known different. So are we attached to Krishna or are we attached to other things or Maya? That's the main basis of this summum and bonum of this philosophy. Because how this will be achieved when we follow the instructions of Srila Prabhupada sincerely and restrict our source of knowledge to Srila Prabhupada books. This is the point that, again, another point that stick out for me, because when you go here and there and listen and study other books, or that is not even, we are not qualified to do it, because then again it comes to systematical way. If we jump, then again it's not good for us. There is gaps in knowledge, and if we go somewhere else, then that's even bad, because the Mayavadi philosophy will contaminate or bewilder us. So this will make a bewilderment and unalloyed attachment to Krishna will be, the unalloyed attachment to Krishna will be diluted if we do that. So I must appreciate and grateful to His Grace Amrish Prabhu to teach us the systematic study of Srila Prabhupada books. Because if you don't have this much patience and faith to learn systematically, then how come I will be becoming unalloyed? It requires a lot of patience and peace of mind and satisfaction wherever you are situated. And I remember that Guru Maharaj's instruction that His Grace Amrish Prabhu always shares, that Guru Maharaj said that whoever comes to your program, make them satisfied. And this is the reason, because if we are not satisfied, we jump around, we go here and there. This satisfaction is needed. So in the end, on these programs of our house programs, that we have celebrated festivals by the causeless mercy of Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada, and under the guidance of His Grace Amrish Prabhu. So this is the practical implementation of what we have studied and what I have got trained. So I have realized that this is the shortcut. There is no need to become moros, as Prabhuji said that in one of the other class, that we become moros because we bring our mind in the bhakti. Because we are devotional service is very simple and it's dynamic. So we don't have to bring our mind. Anything we do, we're doing chanting, we honoring prasadam, we doing arti, we waking up early and studying Srila Prabhupada books. Anything we're doing is it is a bhakti, it is a devotional service, and we should be satisfied in it. But we cannot divide devotional service. Okay, we only doing this, or we go there. That's the then it is a devotional service. No, so that is the mental speculation. And devotional service is, because devotional service is done joyfully, and devotional service is um, is not Moros platform. That is a mental speculation. So believe me, when we have done these programs, these are like I have recharged again. New enthusiasm and satisfaction I felt. And this is the sign that Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada are happy what we are doing. My senior devotees and my mentors are happy. So this is my realization that making our house a temple and preaching Krishna consciousness is the way we will progress in devotion service, because it will enable us to implement what we have studied, and it will purify us. And I'm just asking to bless me, all the devotees, and His Grace Amrish Prabhu so this enthusiasm we carry on. We don't lack this enthusiasm. Otherwise, it goes up and then down. So we just want to be on that level, so we can carry on devotion service. Probably. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for all your efforts and training. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. You make me very humble. I am not very easily humbled. My heart is made up of stone. Only in front of when I go to Guru Maharaj, something happens to me. Only he could control me. Otherwise, the world cannot control me. It's very difficult to hold me. So they are all very scared of me, and I'm very scared of them. We both are scared of each other. They leave me alone, I leave them alone.
No, Prabhuji, it's a privilege, Prabhuji. I can understand. I realize now that it's not a we shouldn't take it for granted. It is a privilege to be in these programs under your guidance, Prabhuji.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I don't deserve this. All glories to all of you. I'm very happy. We are so happy that you are conducting the programs. Now you're doing 3 programs. One is in your home,
Yes,
second is online program, and third is in India with a project. We wish you all the success. It'll never go wrong.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Very nice. Very nice. Whatever I'm telling you, whatever I'm sharing is through my own experience. Please understand this. I have seen when our children are trained by somebody, you do not know what they are training, what is their intention. They fight in the family and they come here and train. So what will they train there? Something will go wrong. And children are very innocent. Whatever you teach them, they will learn that. So if we are qualified, we are making you qualified. Is it not so? Then why are you sending it to somebody else to teach, to learn from? No, people are sending their children to us. So many programs are going on. So Krishna's kids programs should very soon become Sri Prahlad school. Somebody should take up Sri Prahlad school. We have Namrata Mataji also doing Krishna's kids program, also very nice. I'm waiting now. We should move to Sri Prahlad school. We should become our teachers on this. Is it not so? I remember once, so many years ago, it happened in our program, physical program, where we had our own children were small, and we had nobody teaching them. I made somebody as a leader to say, why don't you teach one of the Matajis, and she was sitting quietly, and somebody else came from outside who doesn't know ABCD, and they were teaching some Krishna consciousness, whatever she knew, in the next room. So I said, what are you doing? I requested you to teach because I'm training you, and you're sitting quietly here, making somebody else teach your children. This doesn't make sense to me. So this is not the right way, So please, we are everything that is somebody is doing, we can do. I know that much. Yeah. Anybody is giving Bhagavatam class, you can give Bhagavatam class. Is it not so?
Yes,
of course you can. So why not? Because my experience teaches me that it is very easy because people, Some time ago I had raised this point. I don't know if you all remember this point. It is a leaders. I raised in a leaders program that if you do not study your own self, what you hear from people, Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita, then you will not know what the person is telling you because you do not know what is the intention of the person speaking.
Mm.
See, you are coming to us every week. So you know that what is our intention? It's our intention to train you. You've seen so many years. If we have side motives, you'll understand that if we have got side motives, we are not correctly doing. So, but if you do not know somebody, what is their intention, then you do not know what are they trying to teach you, why are they saying something. Are you able to understand this point? Do you
Yes,
remember this point? Do you
I
remember this
remember.
point?
Yes, Prabhuji, I think long time ago we were discussing that making Srila Prabhupada books benchmark. That
Correct, correct. That is a correct way. Correct. We worship the books.
yeah.
Because if somebody is giving a big lecture, the intention would be for promoting himself.
Hmm.
Whereas our in Hare Krishna weekend, we actually go into the gutter and pick up the people on the gutter, soil our hands, dirty our hands, pick them up,
Hmm.
wash them nicely, take them baths, change their clothes, you know, and then make them nice Vaishnava. And then they do whatever they want to do. They kick us and they go, they wait with us. Whatever it is, we don't take any harm. But this is how it is. But this is our mood. But that person who is self-promoting, he gives one lecture in 5 places. So he practices his lectures very nicely. I've seen it. I've
Hmm.
seen all these things. So they're like a parrot, nicely. This point they'll pause and they'll do deep meditation and they'll sing some kirtan here. Then they'll pause. This is practice. They go for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. They practice each one verse. That's how they give class. What is the reason? Self-promotion, more YouTube video likes. Whereas here we do not. We are because we are doing the dirty work. So many modes are attracting to us.
Hmm.
Of people's modes. So it's very hard. We are trying to understand, clean ourselves, clean them. We are also struggling. We are not some pure devotees. So all these modes comes and with that we are preaching. So it's very hard. They do not talk to anybody. Whether they come, they sit in the Vyasasana and they give garland. And only when they get 1,000 people, they'll give a class.
Hmm.
We give a class when there is nobody. So that's what we are teaching all of you. We are making preachers. So if we are to teach you that you should give class when there is nobody also, only then you will do it, right? When you see us doing it. But if I don't have intention, if I'm giving class when 1,000 people are there, big garland are there, and people are worshipping and then we're doing, so that's their mood. So it's very important to know why somebody is giving what they are doing. And
Hmm.
especially just like in business, when you do, why is this person smiling at me in business? Why is this person negotiating with me? In bhakti, you must do even more in Kali Yuga. It is
Hmm.
better a person slaps me on my face. At least I know the person is slapping me rather than smiling on my face when we don't know the intentions. So these points, these are children. Maharaj, Guru Maharaj had been very particular about this.
Hmm.
See, all of you are in Sampradaya already there. Don't worry. You are in Sampradaya, but this is not an issue. Okay. And the mercy of Guru Maharaj is flowing through. We are open through me. Everybody is merciful. Everybody has got the mercy. Do not worry about all those things. These are basic things. Move on from that point. We have got a big role to play for preaching. And especially with the children and our own children, we should do our own preaching, own teaching, and bring others to teach from us. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. Simple. So very nice. You make me very humble, but I'm very transcendently proud of all of you. But I remember you are the first person I told to preach. We did a small ceremony also in Prabhupada. I remember it distinctly.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, everybody else they're also preaching very close to me. I remember we did the first thing with you. So very nice. We wish you all the success. One day we all have to die. So better we go with good legacy. Jai. Thank you very much. Hare
Very good.
Krishna. All the best to you.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Okay. Bhadrante. We can pray for you. We cannot bless you. Hare Krishna. Yes. Who would like to go next now? Please feel free.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Sanjay, for a very nice realization, and very inspiring that you're also doing some nice programs in Australia and online as well. So very nice, Prabhuji. Thank you for the inspiration. Hare Krishna. So my realization is from the discussions that we were having about the teachings of Lord Kapila. And I just made some small notes on the sixth chapter, I believe it is, where devotee desires transform to knowledge. So the verse is Devahutir nirvina nitaram bhuman asad indriya darshanat yena sambhavyamanena prapanandam tamaha prabho. Translation by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Devahuti said, I'm very sick of the disturbance caused by my material senses. For because of this sense disturbance, my Lord, I've fallen into the abyss of ignorance. So I remember that we were discussing that actually this very first point that Devahuti said that I'm very sick of the disturbance caused by my material senses. That stage itself is such such an advanced stage of realization in the first place. And, I did not think like this before joining Krishna consciousness. And as we all also shared the same sentiment that we did not think like that before joining, the movement of Srila Prabhupada. But Srila Prabhupada says, that the animals, they don't know that they're in darkness, but the humans, they can know, right? They have the ability to know. And so the even the fundamental understanding that we're not the body, we're the spirit soul. Even not knowing that, right? If we're attached to sense objects, if we're dependent, or if we're constantly being bound by the modes of material nature, and we willingly do that, then we're in darkness. And we may understand to some capacity that we're in darkness, but Devahuti was disgusted by the darkness. So she did not want to be in that darkness. And because she didn't want to, that's why she took instructions from her son, Lord Kapila. And so Srila Prabhupada says that anyone who is disgusted with that material existence, they need the instructions of a guru. Now, Srila Prabhupada specifically mentioned, and we talked about this in the class as well, and this is a point that I picked up on, was that Srila Prabhupada, mentioned specifically that instructions, of a guru. Now, it's not that, it's a formal process or anything like that. It's simply the instructions. And Devahuti took instructions from her son, Lord Kapila. So she was not hesitant about that, about taking instructions from her son. And Srila Prabhupada goes on to say that it doesn't matter if someone is, what their position is by birth, right? Whether they're Brahmin, Kshatriya, Shudra, Sannyasi, whatever it is. But just that one should know from someone who has that knowledge. And we know also the example of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as was mentioned in the class as well, taking instructions from Ramananda Raya. And, despite Ramananda Raya being a Grihastha, and I think Shudra as well. But, despite that, by birth being a Shudra, still he was very exalted spiritually. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself gives us that example through his teachings, that it does, these things don't matter. And so Srila Prabhupada mentioned that in the purport that anyone, or whoever is qualified in Krishna consciousness, can become a guru, and their family identity and all that doesn't matter. So, even in the material world, when we consult anyone for any help, we don't ask them what, if they're Brahmana, Shudra, what they are. And so just the qualification is the part that's necessary. So, just if we have that understanding of Krishna consciousness, if we are disgusted by by the material existence, then, that itself is such a big step in our Krishna consciousness. And Srila Prabhupada says that person can become a guru. So the giving of knowledge and the taking of knowledge is that form of accepting, guidance from a spiritual master. So those are some of the points that I realized, and from the classes that we had, the extensive and thorough classes about Lord Kapila Muni, and I enjoyed the fact that there are many facets to a lot of these discussions. It felt like every chapter that we studied had different learnings, associated with it. And this chapter 6 specifically, was one that stuck with me, especially that I remember we spent quite a long time discussing about, Devahuti coming with that, disgust for material existence. But did we? No, we did not. So that was a big wake-up call for me too. So yeah, that's my realization. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, very nice. Thank you very much. All gurus, the youngsters, you're the future of tomorrow. So it's very wonderful to see that you are taking very keen interest, and it's great. The moment you are 30 plus, your brain becomes stone. You don't change so easily. Excuse me, I don't want to hurt anybody who is 30 plus. I'm 30 plus, but I'm accepting my stone. But youngsters are very important, and yeah, you absorb things. And as we say, whatever we're teaching, you study yourself. I'm not saying that you don't study. You should study yourself. We encourage it. And I say, I will cheat you. You don't trust me also. So you study and you use your intelligence. Please. All the best to you. All the best to all of you. Hare Krishna. Yes, who would like to go next? Just before that, we have had some health issues with some devotees. I think we've got Sridhar Prabhu here. He had some leg problem and back problem. So he said he will not be able to switch on his camera. But his wife, I'm sure she's taking care of him. Her camera also switched off. So what is happening there, both husband and wife? We cannot see you. How's your health, Sridhar Prabhu? Are you there?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Sridhar Prabhu, how is he doing? He said because of the legs, he'll not be able to switch on. How is his leg? Is still not cured?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes, Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhuji. No, it's not cured, Prabhuji. I saw the physiotherapist. So it will take, Prabhuji, it's a long recovery. They say at least 5 weeks, It's a called condition. They say it's a condition called something piriformis. It's very similar to sciatica. So
it's sciatica.
No, it's similar to sciatica. It's not sciatica.
Huh.
So yeah, they checked actually a long time to determine whether it is sciatica or it is piriformis. So it's a similar, Prabhuji. It's a similar symptom. They exhibit both. So it is a muscle tendon, something they said, but they said it will take longer. It's not going to be quick recovery unless you go and take medication. So I said I'm not taking medication. So it's whenever you sit, Prabhuji, sitting and bending is very difficult. You have to find some comfortable position. Otherwise, just keep pulsing all the time.
Oh.
So yeah. So walking is actually the most relieving because you are actually not putting any pressure. Yeah.
Keep walking, you lose weight also.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Vraja Jana Vallabha. In Vrindavan, everybody walks. The meaning of Vraj means walking. Start walking. You know, Navrata Maharaj will be very happy. You'll be out of the house very often. But very sorry to hear this. So tell me why did this happen? Why does this happen? What did they say?
The cause they also said similar. You must have done something that is pulled, So I think it's but I think I have overdone the exercise part, Prabhuji. I think. Yeah, whenever actually that day, I think couple of days I was overdoing it probably. So I must have actually teared some muscle or tendon. But it wasn't like one single incident that actually snaps it. Yeah. So there wasn't actually any fixed incident that caused it. They asked me many times, but I said I don't recall anything sharp pain or anything, but it gradually built up.
Over a period of time.
Not very, very long project, just couple of days, in couple of days, all of a sudden, yeah.
Wow, in 2 days all these things happened.
Yeah, I was just having difficulty sitting down, whenever I was doing the prayer. So I felt, so I thought my just tip back, and that's where I thought I need to exercise more, So I increased the exercise and it actually aggravated.
So you
Yeah.
stretching exercises or weights you added?
I do weights as well, Prabhuji. Yeah, sometimes weights and stretching, not much nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, but just normal stretches, just warm up stretches. That's what I do.
Okay. Does stress give this also? Because of stress it happens? I'm talking about mental stress. Did the doctor say
Mental?
it affects this thing also?
No discussion on the trace.
They may
But
not
he
even
said
know
that
this.
my job is actually quite stagnant in a desk job. So say keep moving, not sitting down at one place too long. So always, every 15 minutes you should be moving. They say, okay.
But the stress in the mind, the brain, they will not
Yeah.
be able to identify that,
No,
So
no.
if you follow my advice, then just go to Guru Maharaj, Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, and pray to Maharaj, and see what Maharaj says.
Yes, Prabhuji. Yes. Yes, Prabhuji. I will pray.
If,
Normally I
if,
do. Yeah.
if you follow my advice,
Yeah.
then do a very sincere prayer, and just go to him. Go to him. At this age, having this, I'm not very comfortable by this point, Of course, it can happen. I always said that COVID is going to happen and it is going to change people's lives very drastically. Health is going to be affected very badly. We're seeing it here, I'm hoping if you can do so, follow my advice and do
Yes,
so.
Prabhuji. I'll pray. Yeah.
Spend time,
Yeah.
invest time, some time with this prayer, to Maharaj intensely, and see what Maharaj will say. You listen very carefully in the heart. It will be revealed in some form, and just take it easy, one step at a time, just chant nicely, follow nicely, you should be fine. I believe that mental stress also plays a significant role in a lot of things. But do whatever is needed to be done, whatever the physio says and all those things, you do, add this element to it, some spiritual element part of it, should help you. All the best to you. Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prabhuji. Yes, I will do it, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
All the best. Hare Krishna. Okay. Avinash is not yet come. He'll be taking another class. He's another one who has got a back pain. So talk to him when he arrives. Okay. Hare Krishna. Who would like to go next? Please feel free. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Oh, I did not even recognize you, man. Mataji ki jai ho. How are you doing? You're doing all right?
Yes, Prabhuji,
Do
I'm
you
fine.
remember? Do you remember all of us, or you've forgotten? We
No,
also one of your, just like patients come, patients go. We also come, we go. It's all right. Forget about it. And just move on.
no, Prabhuji, it's not like that.
I'm sure it's not like that. You're doing all right.
Yes, Prabhuji, I'm fine.
Is your physical health all right?
Yes, Prabhuji, fortunately, thanks, Shikha. It is
Is
fine.
your mental health all right? Stressful and all those things.
Yes, Prabhuji, that is a problem.
I'll tell you one thing I must share with you. Last year when we went to India, we were in India, and suddenly my mother had a stroke, brain stroke. Of course, the mercy of Krishna, she is very good. She's walking in all normal, no problem. All good. Her food habits, even I've changed my food habits. I'm telling you, doctors, you must understand this. Now she is perfectly all right. But when I inquired with the doctors, I was inside the ICU, I see all these youngsters were there. I said, so you guys get training on disassociating yourself with the stressful situations and seeing, people in difficult situations and all those things. They said, no, we don't get any training. I said, oh, wow. Because I remember over the period of time when we had devotees in our program, when somebody was dying, and they would leave from New Zealand to go to their place. So they would come to us crying, what do you do, Prabhuji? I said, don't worry, sit down. We are experts when somebody dies. So we are very expert in this. When living, doctors are expert, That is wrong, that is wrong. Dying, we are very expert. So tell them, do this, do that, mantra, chanting this, will be very powerful and all those things. They'll do all those things nicely, But I remember this point, that they were not trained. So you must, if you listen to our classes regularly, and if you read Prabhupada's books, what we teach you one step at a time, and if you implement in your life, I'm telling you, guaranteeing you, your same stress will become your step to progress spiritually. Because you're seeing death, destruction, decay all the time. Disease means decay, is it not so? Decaying of the body is diseased. Disease, when somebody is not at ease, he's diseased. So you can see these things in front of you. It's up to you. We can just guide you on this point, But do not take fizzy drinks. I see another thing, doctors in the ICU and all, they all have got Coke. Of course, I hope that you don't drink Coke and all, but it's up to you. Coke and coffee and tea and all this munching and the wafers and all, they're so stressed out, all them. They are overweight, obese. I also talked to them, they were obese. So doctors like this, man, young, in the 20s, in the early, not in the word about their personal life, their boyfriend, their girlfriend, and they're managing people like this. You guys are finished, you're gone in your case. Am I right? They talk like this only. What to do is life. They're also youngsters. This is their life. So with it, you change your food. I'm telling you, zero sugar. Don't take sugar. Eat in form of fruits and dates and all that is fine. Don't take sugar. Sugary drinks is criminal. Sweets is criminal. Don't take. Just drop sugar from your body. You see what happens to you. Salt also, 5 grams or less. Beautiful. Life will become excellent. Now I see Saraswati. Sorry, I'll just hold you. I see Saraswati Mataji here. Where is she? Is she here? Saraswati Mataji is here. I think I saw her coming
Hare
online.
Krishna Prabhuji, yes, I'm here.
You can switch on your camera, mother? Yes.
Yes.
Now I want to put a question to all of you, okay? Now it happens in the last festival, Prabhupada Vyas Puja, you made this very nice sabji, what was this? Chickpea, chole. My wife makes the same, So all of you make very nice chole, very tasty, right? Now you had made less salt, very tasty, right? Correct? You put less salt as it is, less oil and all.
Yes,
I want to ask you one question. Many of you also here from there. You all tasted very nicely. Just raise your hand who tasted it. So very good. Those who tasted it. It was nice. Okay. Now you had many tastes, right? In it. Now I'm asking you one question. Did you taste sweetness in that chole? I had made a point and I remembered that point and kept it in my brain in my to-do list, So when I saw you, I remembered this. I wanted to ask this question to all of you. So how many of you tasted sweet in the chole? I'm not saying sweet means good or sugar. I'm saying natural sweetness in. Did anybody raise your hands? Did you feel that sweetness in the chole? You all felt.
Yes, Prabhuji.
See, chole also has got its own sweetness. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. So if you are reducing the food with all these things, your tongue will have vibrant tastes. It'll be very glowing, very nice. So especially those who are doctor, I wanted to request that you please have this, reduce your salt intake also. Okay, Sona Mataji? Take this advice from for all of your friends. No salt, salt very little, sugar बंद कर दो, and oil, ghee इतना हो सकता कम कर दो. You'll be very happy. Okay? You'll do it from today.
Yes, Prabhuji, definitely.
Well, you are relying upon a mess food, where they'll cook mess food for this for you. But I'm telling you, your stress levels for doctors are very, very high. You make one mistake and there's a life and death situation, it becomes routine for you. So just out of concern, I'm saying, and making a bit of a light mood of it, but do not fall into the trap of this fast food or Tetra Pak food and all, please. You'll become old more earlier than the patients, You'll die further than the patients. Okay, your realizations. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you for thank you for helping out, Prabhuji. Thank you for your advice. I will definitely follow it. So my realization, it is based on a quote from Maharaj. You had given us those calendars with quotes for every day. So it is from one of those. It is if we do all our duties expertly, then we will be given intelligence to manage. If we are lazy, then we will always be bewildered. So I read this quote, I think it was the day or the next day after I saw the self-realization message on the group. In fact, yes, I had read this a few days back on the calendar. And when it was about the self-realizations class, I thought, okay, that is what I should say my realization on. Because what has happened is that recently my life is it is a different kind of lifestyle that I'm facing. I am not really a doctor, but I am not really a student as well. I am working and I'm also a student and I'm getting paid very less. So I don't even have that thing that at least I'm putting a lot of time. So I'm getting compensated for it in some way. So that is still there. And nothing is really fixed or decided in my life as of now. The thing is that I have done my UG from a decent college in the country. And if I talk to anyone, everyone feels that, arey doctor hai, life to set hai, you will do very well only. But then they obviously don't know, because I'm in the situation and I know that I feel a lot of stress. And the stress is not just I have to work a lot or I have to study a lot. My stress revolves around my work, the kind of work that I do. And then the people, sometimes the seniors, they are very toxic with how the time that I'm spending in the hospital. Like they will, and more often than not, it's less of the doctor work that I'm doing, and it's more of clerical work, and I'm wasting a lot of time. And then that gives me stress that I'm not studying for my exams, and I have my exams next year, the entrance exam. And then I feel if I am not able to clear my exams, then I will have to study again and have to do all of that again. And so that is a lot. I have been in a lot of stress, mostly regarding that I'm not getting time to study. How will I study? I need to study. And will I clear my postgraduate entrance or not? And I was just so stressed. And then when I read that quote, it also reminded me of, it reminded me that why am I stressing so much? Because it's not that I am not giving my best. I am trying to study all the time. I am trying to even do a lot of things, but I was stressed because in spite of trying so much, I'm not doing what I want to do. I'm not able to study how much I want to study. I'm not able to attend classes as much as I want to attend. I'm not able to do my devotional practice a lot many times that I want to do. I'm not able to do my aarti every day. Sometimes if I feel like I'm coming back at 5 in the morning and then I just go to my bed and I sleep and I wake up the next day at 12. So that kind of things are happening to me. And I was very stressed that why am I facing this life? And I don't want to be in this time. I want this time to pass away fast. But at the same time, I want good results from it. I was just focusing so much on the results. And because of all these things, my devotional practice, I was not able to read or chant every day or do my aarti every day. There were many times, there were 3, 4, 5 days consecutively when I had done nothing. And I did not realize that what difference it makes in your life, and not just your life, but your thinking, and how that was actually aiding towards my stress. So when I read this from the calendar, I was suddenly reminded that why am I stressing so much? Like I was thinking, why I'm stressing, and then I read it, and then I was like, I thought that I was also reminded of that quote from Bhagavad Gita that Krishna said, verse 2.47, I think, that we should not think of the result. We should only think of our work and we should be giving our best. And we should be doing our duties properly. And I thought, and what came to my mind was that I know these things so well. I have read them so many times in my UG days and even before my internship. But just because I had a gap, I was not even able to think that why am I stressing so much? I should not be stressing so much. And people, and the thing is that what even bewilders me more is that this is not the maximum that it will be. I am still a student. I have no kind of responsibility towards my family. I don't even have the responsibility to call my mother every day because she calls me up, or if I'm not talking to her for a long period of time, she's not going to feel offended or neglected from my side. She knows that I'm studying, so she will make the effort for it. But when I think about it, I feel that things are going to get difficult, even more difficult from here on. And I think the only thing that will help me is to try to be consistent in whatever little way I can be with my chanting and my reading. And when I read those words, I mean, I thought that how important consistency is and how important, even if there is a slight touch or connection that I need to have with my spirituality, because if I don't have that, is just going to elevate my stress levels to another level. But just if I have that little bit of consistency also every day, even if it's very little, even that will help me so much. And that also reminded me, I think it was in some class some long time back. I don't remember which class it was. But I think you were reading something, and Srila Prabhupada was telling one of his devotees that he was telling something like, if you can read one book, if you cannot read or so many books. If you can't read one book, then you should read one chapter. If you can't read one chapter, then you should read a page. And if you can't even read a page, you should read a sentence. And I had not experienced it before, but I did. I just read a sentence. It was a very short sentence, but even that, it helped me so much. And that really led me to believe that even I should not just not do anything the entire day. Even if I'm busy, I can just do a little thing, maybe just reading a few sentences or a few half a page or something even related to that. It will tremendously help me with my anxiety and stress that I'm facing surrounding my uncertainty in life as of now. Hare Krishna, Gauri. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mother. So when did you feel like this, that you should study one verse, one sentence? When was that?
Prabhuji, I think it was this last week.
When was that?
Prabhuji, I don't remember. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Last week, huh? This not the gone week, the week before, is it?
Oh, yes, Prabhuji.
Okay. So did you read after that every day, one sentence?
Yes, Prabhuji, I would try to read. I would read from your verses of the messages that were sent on the group. I was more regular and I would not let them pile on.
You studied, huh? Okay. Good. We can do the best like this for you, you know. So it's up to you to take advantage of the situation, you know. I wish when I was young, I could have had this advantage, you know? But we were left alone. Yeah, the age is such, you know. But anyway, we wish you all the success, all the best. Hare Krishna. Okay, who would like to go next now? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you very much, Prabhuji, for giving us the opportunity to share our realization. Thank you so much for organizing these programs. Very much nectarian, and as we discuss, as you told us before, Prabhuji, that if we are missing, we sometimes miss out some points during our online class, so we can always catch up. It's really good that we have the list of all the programs, and I try to I'm just listening them one after the another every day. So that is very good that they are also recorded as well. So Jai Shrimati Radharani ki Jai. Just yesterday we had an opportunity to celebrate Radharani's birthday at home, and it was so nectarian. I mean, with the Mataji's training of cooking. Now I feel like making prasadam. I used to it was very different before, but while staying with Mataji's, it was such a good training by them that making prasadam is it's not like it is it's very, I feel like it's very easy and nectarian, and even the children was like very much engaged, and they were also enjoyed it so much while preparing prasadam for the devotees yesterday. So that was just because of the mercy of Radharani. And guests who came, they were very happy. They were like, oh, Radharani just, blessed us with this very, although it was a Ekadashi yesterday, so I was just able to prepare the Ekadashi prasadam. And I was a bit worried that because there was no grains, that how would they like it? But they loved the prasadam with the Radharani's mercy, so that was really good. So I would like to share my realization from our recent studies of chapter 11 from Bhagavad Gita, from the different verses. The joy of life is Krishna's. Through the chanting Krishna's name, through our chanting, sankirtan, and worshipping, it shows that everything belongs to Krishna, and that's how everyone becomes attached to Krishna. If they want to perform if they want to attach. We are trying to be perfect being and trying to offer the respectful homage, but due to demonic qualities, we sometimes flee here and there. And in these verses, it mentioned that those having pleasure in Krishna's name would be given chance to survive. But if we have the demonic qualities, we are not interested in Krishna's activities, and we all be destroyed. What is the reason that we glorifying Krishna every day, many times, because we are having pleasure out of it, and we are trying to do this for the pleasure of Krishna. As we sing in our poem as well, if we can only remember Krishna, if Krishna remembers us. And even if we have difficulties, whatever Krishna gives us for our perfection is good for our purification. It's good for us. It is our test, and so that we can just pass through it and keep, in spite of so many difficulties, we just keep on purifying ourselves from inside. Radharani's consciousness surpasses all other devotees and gopis, and we need to always thinking of Krishna same as Radharani. To understand Krishna, we have to take the mood and consciousness same as Radharani. Radharani is so merciful that she gives bhakti to all the neophytes. And due to her mercy, we are able to stay in our bhakti in spite of so many distractions, impurities around and inside us. Because when chanting, we are requesting Radharani to engage us in Krishna's and her devotional service. As we progress in our chanting, we are able to perform pure, offenseless, non-contaminated, and without any side motives devotional service. And then we can try to please Krishna with Radharani's mercy. And so from your lecture, Prabhuji, I just heard that Radharani gives the pleasure to Krishna, which no one else can give. But how can an ordinary person can understand it? So to understand that, it's important for us to get the systematic study of the scriptures. And we can't understand the personal affairs without the understanding of the deep philosophy. As we know that nowadays it's very common that how even in they make this of a very normal, and it's openly they are showing on the screen to the normal public. But the intention behind it, because they don't have any, there is not much philosophical knowledge, which it takes years and years to gain this and to understand how Radharani is so important for the devotees, and how Radharani is so important for us, so that we can pray to Radharani's feet, lotus feet, that, oh, please engage us in the devotional service for Krishna. So, yes, that's my realization, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. All the best to you, mother. Just keep supporting Sanjeev Prabhu in his fishing endeavors, All the best to you. You'll be very safe there. Hare Krishna. And the children will be very happy. That's what the parents want, children to be happy. All the best to you.
Yes, Prabhuji. I actually tried before, as I told in the last class, that because I felt like when we moved because we had the physical association in New Zealand, and when they moved here with the family, then I was kind of feeling like maybe they think okay, this, we have left it behind, and now we are free. Here the culture is different, because especially with Subhadra, all her classmates are mainly they are white. There is not even Indian, and there was no association. So when she saw other children, they had an activities class in the last class in the Hare Krishna school. So what they were teaching is, Prabhuji, that all related, one group of children was cooking and offering to Krishna, and then the other group was doing the worship, deity worship practice, and then there is painting for Srila painting, and there was mantra reciting, and then after attending that program for the children, I realized that I can do everything at home. It is not that, but then when they saw, so I think it was a good kick start for them. Okay, that the children there are also children which are engaged. So I felt good, but then I talked to my children and they were like, yes, we should do it at home, and then they are doing it, celebrating how we celebrated the Janmashtami and Krishna Radhashtami at home. So and they helped, and it's more personal. I've realized that it was more personal, that they were the host, and then they felt like, okay, they are doing it. So I think it was definitely, as you said, it's more effective for them to progress rather
Yes, yes. Very nice. We're very happy.
so much for
No, it is correct. It is true, because Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, Guru Maharaj had said this. When our son was very small, tiny, 4 years or 3.5 years old, quarter to 4. At the time we started this program, you see. So that's when Maharaj said, this is how. and he would sing the verses, he would sing the mridanga, he was taking the leads, So this is the thing. Others become devotee is not important. He is engaged. That is important. So that's what I'm just repeating the words, nothing else. Maharaj Mercy, I'm just making sure that my experience is your experience, all of your experience. You can feel Maharaj, through me, with my experience. This is everything that when Maharaj told me, I said one day I want to share in such a way that everybody feels this, Maharaj is pressing, because this is not ordinary. So this is what Maharaj had said, so I'm telling you. And you will see the experience and results, children. All the best to you. And the children will influence others. Don't worry, they'll be influenced by them. They'll influence others. Make sure you go to India at least once in 2 years. Keep that connection with the children. Make sure you speak the local language, your Hindi or Punjabi or Haryanvi, whatever language you speak at home. Make sure you speak that language only. Don't speak English. English they will learn. But आप अगर हिंदी बोलते हो या पंजाबी बोलते हो, हरियाणवी जो भी बोलना है आप, और वो लैंग्वेज बोलिए. और ये because I was in the board chairman, I was a chairman of a school board, तो उस वक्त Ministry of Education they had come and they had said that if the children speak more than one language, their brain becomes more powerful, more mature. So they would encourage, say, if you have got children who speaks their other mother tongue, make sure they speak mother tongue. So ये करते ही रहना. भले आप अगर सपोजिंग हिंदी बोलते हो तो पंजाबी बोलना शुरू कीजिए, हरियाणवी बोलना शुरू कीजिए. मोर लैंग्वेज दे स्पीक द बेटर इट इज फॉर देम. बाहर तो बोलेंगे इंग्लिश, तो चिंता मत करो कैसे नहीं बोलेंगे, सब जानेंगे वो लोग. ठीक है ना. So please add these two. Go to India once a year or once in 2 years, and keep the culture going. संस्कृत जानेंगे श्लोका से, और हिंदी या इंग्लिश, हिंदी या पंजाबी या आपके हरियाणवी लैंग्वेज वो बोलिए, बोलना जरूरी है उनसे. ठीक है ना. All the best to you. Hare Krishna. I would like to go next.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prabhu, for giving me this platform to share my realization. So, my realizations are also from the series lecture that we are having, Teachings of Lord Kapil. So I had made some notes on that day. So it was from the chapter Devahuti Desires Transcendental Knowledge from 18th August. It was the program. So I have divided my notes into 4 points that I'll be sharing. So the first point is about Prabhupada's books and how important it is to read those books. So there was one quote of Maharaj that was shared by Shushri Mataji in our group. So I'll just read that. So the quote is, "Don't enjoy unnecessary happiness in lower moods. As it is, we should be transcendental to the moods. We have taken a lifestyle in which modes do not work. The seed of sin is completely burnt from our heart and the eyes. We do not have the inclination. Whoever reads Srila Prabhupada's books is slowly getting out of the moods. Otherwise, life will be a big burden or bore for you." So yes, so I was thinking about these points when I was preparing for the realization yesterday. I was watching our older lectures, and we discussed that old people have so much to give us, but we do not ask them. Or some people may even get very lonely and they don't have anything to do. But like after in coming in bhakti, our family has a collective goal. Like we didn't have a collective goal before that. Before that, family time means that we talk about some relatives, someone bought this house, someone was staying this marriage is coming, this is coming. So this was counted as family time, but the family time has changed now. So when we discuss scriptures, when we do kirtans, my family and Sushri Mataji's family, when we all come together, we do some programs. So the concept of family time has changed because of Srila Prabhupada's association and the books that we are reading. And the one point that was very nicely discussed in our class, you told us that the fact that we at least know that sense gratification is wrong is a win for Srila Prabhupada's teaching. That at least we acknowledge that we are doing something wrong. I'm not saying that I have to settle for this, but at least I know, and I'll start work. Before start working on it, I should at least know that I'm doing something wrong, or this is not the way I'm supposed to live. So knowing that the sense gratification is wrong is win for Srila Prabhupada's teachings. We discussed that few classes ago, that the thought of Prabhupada, that that is what we are following now. Just one thought of Prabhupada, and we are following that thought. So this is how that point came. And the another point is we discussed that Arjun's other name was Krishna. He was called Krishna, and Draupadi was also called Krishna. So anyone who comes in touch of Srila Prabhupada's books become Krishnas. Like the devotees of Krishnas are also known as Krishnas. So whoever comes in touch with Srila Prabhupada's books are also called Krishnas. So this was the first section that I. So the next point is about senses. So yesterday we were discussing in Avinash Prabhu's class also. So in our lectures in the transcendental. In the Devotee Desires Transcendental Knowledge, we discussed that Bhakti has two things. While we do Bhakti, one becomes detached, and another thing happens, we become attached to Krishna. So there was one reference from Narad Pancharatra, I'll read that. Bhakti or devotional service means engaging all our senses in the service of the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of all the senses. When the spirit soul renders service unto the Supreme, there are two side effects. One is freed from all material designations, and simply by being employed in the service of the Lord, one's senses are purified. So this was the reference from Narad Panchatika that period. And in yesterday's class, we were we are reading the book Rajavidya in Avinash Prabhu's class, and we were discussing that. So one point came about Brahmabhuta stage. So Prabhupada writes this in the purport. We can serve Rishikesh, the master of sense, through the senses. So Prabhupada writes that he does not see in the material world someone as higher and someone as lower. Higher and lower positions are ephemeral, and a devotee has nothing to do with ephemeral appearances or disappearances. For him, stone and gold are of equal value. That is the Brahmabhuta stage. And this stage is attained very easily by the pure devotee. In that stage of existence, the idea of becoming one's individuality becomes hellish, and the idea of attaining the heavenly kingdom becomes phantasmagoria. And the senses are like broken serpent's teeth. So this is the point that I really like. Prabhupada says that as there is no fear of a serpent with broken teeth, so there is no fear from the senses when they are automatically controlled. So just as if if a serpent, if he's not venomous, then we are not very scared of him. So just like that, I used to think that I have so much thing to cover in my lifetime. Cover as in to change in my lifetime. So just to change my eating habit, it took me so long. And I have so many bad habits that I have to change. And how can I manage that to control in just one lifetime? So I was just thinking about that. And this point we were reading yesterday. The another points that we discussed on our lecture that you was telling about the prayers that we should be how we should do prayers to Maharaj and Prabhupada. And the point came that we should not force our will, not forcing our will to Maharaj or Prabhupada that I want this, I want that. So the point came that we should not force our will to Maharaj, Prabhupada or Krishna. Sometimes we may intensely pray that I have I need to do this, please help me. But we should not force our will that if only if this happens, I will do this. Or we should not forcefully do that to Prabhupada or Maharaj. And the last point came that this is from the realization class we had on Janmashtami. So this point you mentioned, and when I heard that point in the class, I really liked it. And yesterday I went back to the lecture and wrote the whole point. It is a bit long, but I will try to read that. So the point is, if mind is wandering all over the universe, chant anyway. If the mind is wandering into the past and future, chant anyway. You are not able to remember Krishna's name while you chant, chant anyway. You have no taste for chanting, chant anyway. You have lusty desires, chant anyway. You are making offenses in chanting, chant anyway. You are not praying to Krishna to chant better, chant anyway. You often chant late at night, chant anyway. So I could really relate to this point. And then the point continues like, there is no vow like chanting the holy name, no knowledge superior to it, no meditation which comes anywhere near it and gives the highest result. No penance is equal to it. Nothing is as potent or powerful as holy name. Chanting is the greatest act of piety and the supreme refuge. Even the words of Vedas do not possess the sufficient power to describe its magnitude. Chanting is the highest path of liberation, peace, and eternal life. It's the pinnacle of devotion, the heart's joyous proclivity and attraction, the best form of remembrance to the Lord. The holy name has appeared solely for the benefit of living entities as their Lord and Master, their supreme worshipful object, and their spiritual guide and mentor. Whoever continuously chants Lord Krishna's names, even in his sleep, can easily realize that the name is the direct manifestation of Krishna himself, in spite the influences of Kali. It is by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So you shared this point in the Janmashtami program. I really like that point, so I wrote that point down. And we were just discussing about chanting a few lectures back that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he went to South India and met Kurma, so Kurma asked him that I shall come with you. So Mahaprabhu said that you do not like. The point was that we do not have to go somewhere else to chant. We can chant at home. We can make our families chant. We do not have to be. We do not have to accept disciples to become a guru. We discussed that not even becoming a disciple, Mahaprabhu is directly giving you a position of guru, that you become guru and you preach that. So I was just thinking about that, and you mentioned one point in the class that devotees are not naive, that they do not lack judgment, or they are not very, they do not lack judgment, and they are very particular. And we should take leadership and preach our family. So yes, so this point came to my mind, and why chanting is important, and everything we are doing is to increase our chanting or the intensity of chanting. So I just remember this point. I try to remember when I chant, because my mind wanders here and there. And we discussed this many times, that we come to our mentors with the point that I am not able to chant, but only we can help ourselves, like we discussed. No one else will come from outside, and no one else will come from outside and give instruction. We have to understand ourselves. The guru or our mentors will guide us, but it is us who have to chant and remember Krishna. So, and the last point that I want to share is from Maharaj's quote, that you shared, that you have to flap your wings alone when you die. So these are the points that I remember. Thank you for allowing me to share these points, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. It's very nice. Very nice. Your points are very good. It's very inspiring that you are aware and awake to the lectures and points, That gives us the impetus to be awake when we're speaking and not to misguide all of you, So the thing is this, one thing you must understand and important is that, yes, Mahaprabhu said, Jara Dako Tara Kau Krishna Kadesh, and you're right, that not disciples, you are gurus now. So that's why Hare Krishna WECAN, we are teaching you how to become that. We follow the process. So, and that's how it is. Kali Yuga, you don't have, this is not going to happen in the future. And because Mahaprabhu opened it so widely, that is the reason why Mahaprabhu's disciples, all the 6 Goswamis and all, when they wrote, they had to instill in the scriptures something about deity worship and Guru Shishya Parampara and all that, Otherwise, all the Chusta Brahmanas, they were against it. They say, what is this going on? Because the previous age, all this was deity worship and all was going on, Not at this age. Mahaprabhu opened it. So otherwise, to save from criticism, they had to write all those things. It was added later on. You will find a lot of things being added, by the disciples. That is to protect the movement, But ultimately, this is the fact, You don't require any of these things. Just chant. You don't require initiation. All this is all superficial. All of you are initiated anyways, We should not worry about this anymore. The point is over now. Very nice. All the best to you. We wish you all the success. Hare Krishna. Who would like to go next now?
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you, devotees, for your very nice realizations. So we have been discussing various topics in our programs, and all of them are equally important and relevant to our understanding. Thanks to Amrish Prabhu, Purna Pragya Mataji, and Krishna Samarpan Krishna Prabhuji for continuously bringing new topics and presenting them in very interactive and attractive way. Thank you, Prabhuji, for so much hard work just for us. I remember one of the interesting posts which Amrish Prabhuji has posted, I think in July sometime, and which said, this was a visual post as well. So it said, you can lead a human to knowledge, but you cannot make it think. And this was a very lovely post, which also had the, I think it's a donkey, which is saying that. Very, very nice post. So, and this says a lot about us, that how we are actually. Knowledge is being distributed freely everywhere. Lots and lots of devotees are doing so much hard work. But it's up to us how much we want to grasp and use it in our daily lives. So that post was really amazing. And I was just thinking that, am I ready to utilize my human birth in the service of Krishna, or just wasting it in useless activities? As we all know that we have got very limited time and limited breaths. We are advancing towards the death. It's up to us how we use this limited time for self-realizations. In one of the transcendental mellows, His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj says, time is the manifestation of Krishna. There is no difference between time and Krishna. So all the objects of this world are under the control of time. We are all under the control of Krishna. And the representation of Krishna in this world is time. That is why we cannot catch time. The example given is very popular. The whole mass of clouds is just carried by the wind, but the clouds think they are moving. Our position also is like the clouds. We go on with our lives because of him, because everyone is under his control. It's very difficult to understand this because we have so much material advancement. And also, this is a fact that if you are accumulating lots and lots of material things, then if you are not using them in service of Krishna, then you are certainly going away from Krishna. So how now what happens to that material advancement is very nicely described in this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 30, verse number 2. And this class was given by Amrish Prabhu long time ago, but I happened to just listen to it a few days ago. So it was quite nice class, and that's why I'm just referring that verse here. Yam yam artham upadatte dukhena sukh hetave tam tam dhunoti bhagavana puman chochati yat krite. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Whatever is produced by the materialist with great pain and labor for so-called happiness, the Supreme Personality as the time factor destroys, and for this reason the conditioned soul laments. So that is the position of that all material advancement. It's going to be destroyed. That is the fate. Time is the most powerful feature of Krishna in this material world. Nothing can be saved from time which cannot be destroyed. Mrityu sarva haraschaham, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. Time is eternal and is present in spiritual world too, but there is no effect of time. A devotee who understands this truth is not affected by time's onslaught here as well. And when we understand that this is the time is actually killing us every day, and how we can use that time in the best way. So that is the thing which, because everyone is here lamenting, it's just that is how it is. If you get material advancement, if you get fame, beauty, whatever, it's all going to finish one day. And that is the reality. We can see every day, everywhere. But foolish people think that, oh, this is happening to others, it's not for me. So as soon as we understand this truth and realize that we have very limited time in our hand to utilize it in service of Krishna, in devotees association, in reading Bhagavatam, in other activities for Krishna, that is the best use of time. And because we always, when we are working, especially when we are young, we have got so many responsibilities. We are running around like crazy everywhere. Job has to be done, family has to be looked after, children have to be looked after, this and that, relatives, blah, 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 so many responsibilities. But in that, we have to make sure that our bhakti should not be affected. As we were discussing, I think few days ago, Amrish Prabhu told us that bhakti cannot be restricted. Even if we are chanting in our mind, that is also because it's connecting us to Krishna, and that is the best way. When 24/7 we are remembering Krishna, everything we are doing, but center is Krishna, and that will not. We just have to make sure, is this activity taking me away from Krishna or not? If it is taking, that activity is not for me. So that is the great test. But devotees, for the love of Krishna, they surrender their whole life. They do it devotional service, and they do it joyfully. It's devotional service is joyfully performed. And if we feel morose, and if we feel tired and this and that, that's what we discussed. That means we are not doing bhakti in 100% way. So that is a great test for me. Yes, that is my realization, Prabhuji. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Mother. Yes, thank you very much, Mother. That's very nice for your wonderful realization. Yes. Some points which I also, remember. We have to be very much on guard, for bhakti. Very much on guard. Because as I was saying, as I was saying to all of you, that I'm saying this from my personal experience, how we have to be safeguarding ourselves. More in devotional service, more than material life. We are very particular about material life. We're a penny and cents, but bhakti has to be even more. And that's why we have to observe. That's the reason why we have this verse, Mahaprabhu. Prabhu kahe, aiche baat kabhu na koi be. Gruhe rahi Krishna naam nirantar loiba. They never say these things, to the Brahmana. Mahaprabhu said. They stay at home and constantly chant the holy names of the Lord, And then Yara dekho tare kaho Krishna Padesh, Amar Agnar Guna Hona Tara Edesh. So just preach Bhagavad Gita Bhagavatam to everybody. Because we see this, even festivals already in nowadays, it's become so degraded nowadays, Even in the aartis that perform, especially in the Western world, there are rock concerts going on, in aarti. Like this, they go. Yeah, like this, they have this in rock concert, Yeah, there's Ra. Well, this is not how Prabhupada taught us to do. And they have also, I've seen it. Also, I've seen that, what do they have? What do they call it? In the rock concert, they've got, that they lift, people, the singers in the crowd. What is it called? What's it called? Crowd surfing. Yeah. Yeah. So, we are from India, We've got our own culture, we understand. In the DT room, we perform Aarti, We don't have to be taught how to perform Aarti. Come on now. Hare Krishna. Take it easy, take a step back. This is not needed. All these things are not needed. So we have to be very careful. And that's the reason why we understand the intensity of the vrats, the vratas. Like today, yesterday was a vrat in Australia. I think India also, Ekadashi was yesterday. Yeah, today Ekadashi is in New Zealand, So it's a very important vrat. What is the meaning of vrat? I just want to spend a little time on this point, But Mataji raised in her realizations about. So I just want to have a few. Vrat, vow. Vrat means a vow. Correct? Vow, right? मैंने व्रत रखा है, vow रखा है. Not wow, W-O-W, not W-O-W. It's V-O-W, wow. Wow. Taking a vow, promise. So vrat means vow. Ekadashi is that vrat, it's a vow. Why do you do Ekadashi? Because I love Krishna. Do you love Krishna? I'm trying to love Krishna. That's what I told my colleagues in the office, big offices, big colleagues, very suit boot, Hey, Krishna, I said, listen, I love him, but I do not know whether he loves me. But I'm very satisfied that I'm loving him. When I said this, his eyes popped up, this is so hard philosophy. So I explained this to them that I apply, there is no reply. But I still keep applying because I'm very happy applying. That they understand. This is okay. This I understand. Because even that they do to their bosses for price, for raising their salary. They apply. There's no reply from the boss, but they still apply. This they understand. So the same philosophy that we have, that I love Krishna. I do not know whether he loves me, but I'm very happy loving him. This they don't understand. So this is how we teach them, The same way, the vow, the vrats that we do. Please, these vrats are very important vrats. Okay. So yes, they have to be done with a lot of. I understand when you are doing different jobs, when you're doing health issues or this. So don't worry if you can not experience it. That's fine, But as far as possible, don't try to find shortcuts in vrats, as far as possible. Just observe at least Ekadashi, without grains, and cook your own. And don't go somewhere else. The cooking our own is very important for Ekadashi. Very significant. Those who are alone, those who are not well, that's another thing. They take extra others' help, go to temple or whatever they do, that's fine. But this is our request, Those who can should observe. So, as a Vaishnava, these are very big festivals for us. Ekadashi is also a big festival. I tell you, nowadays it's not happening, but when devotees also spend time on chanting more, reading more. Of course, you're working. How can you do it? I fully understand it. I've done the same thing. I'm the same boat, So I understand that point. But if possible, cook your own. Have some austerity. This is for you, Krishna. Not that we can do anything for Krishna, but this helps me for, But don't find shortcuts. Cook your own, eat your own. Cook your own, eat your own. Very important, if you can. Most important. Don't try to find shortcuts. That's the reason why make your home into temple. Because nobody is helping you to become a good devotee. Tell me. Even if you go to some place, are they going to temple? Are they making you a good devotee? Is their objective to make you a good devotee? No, it is objective to run that temple, run that organization. And good for them. We are not criticizing anybody. All we are saying is we must take our own responsibility. That's it, nothing else. Do not depend upon anybody else. As they say in our language, in Hindi language, Apna Haath Jagannath. Krishna's name is coming. Apna Haath Jagannath. Why do I depend on somebody else? There's a meaning of that, right? Meaning of Apna Haath Jagannath is not dependent upon anybody else. So we have got this. It's not something new to us. Why do we involve somebody? If we do not know, see, just like as we were discussing the other day, if we do not know a law book, so we can go to a lawyer, pay the money to the lawyer, correct? But if you know law, why do you want to go to a lawyer? If you do not know medicine, then you go to a doctor and say, listen, doctor, something is happening here. Doctor says, okay, here it is, give me 400 rupees, or whatever it is, So you pay the doctor, you get the medicine and get cured. But if you are yourself a doctor, why do you need to go to other doctor? That means you are not. It's like you're selling lassi and you're going to other person for a place to drink your lassi, Imagine, if you are drinking, if you are opening a lassi shop, lassi shop, nice lassi, say, Amrish Das lassi bhandar, Amrish lassi bhandar, and somebody comes to drink lassi, Hare, looks very nice lassi here. So where is Amrish gone? Boss gone? The boss has gone to other place, opposite cafe to drink lassi. That person will drink lassi from my place then? Said, no, this is the point. This is the point to be understood. Then what is your study of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam? If you are dependent on somebody else. These are very logical. This is common sense. Is it not common sense? But we don't think like this. Because we are very clever. We don't think common sense. We have to be taught common sense. Yeah? So please, all these big things, big events, you don't want to hear, you don't want to watch all these kind of rock things going on, You do not want to have all those things going. Because that is not our way. This is not our way. So please, that is the reason why we say, with my honesty, with my experience, don't get too carried away by these things. You study, yourself study, and yourself do your things, because nobody is interested in your devotional service. They say we are giving opportunity, but we have to flap our wings alone. That is the point to be understood, This is the point alone. What to do now? What to do now? We can show the way. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. We can learn from others' mistakes. But vrats and all vows, we have to be very particular. Very, very particular. Okay. So, thank you very much. I thought I'll just share these points with all of you. Hare Krishna. Who would like to go next now?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you for giving us this. Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Oh, very good. You got Samya Mataji. We should perform Aarti today of yours. Where is Aarti paraphernalia? Where is the conch shell? What's going on? You're not well sometimes. You're very busy. This, and you take care. Yeah, okay, fine. What is going on? Right? Anyway, nice to hear your voice. Nice to see your smiling face. I'm sure your tutors or leaders also will be very happy to see you. Please come. Please share realization. Hare Krishna. We are very, very eager to hear.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Mataji. And thank you, Krishna, for all the background work. And thank you to all the wonderful devotees who have spoken before me, their wonderful realizations and given saved so much of my time in realizing the same. Basically, that's how I think wisdom works. So thank you for that. Prabhuji, my realization, I have actually there are two things. One realization is based on the Gita shlok that you share on the main thread. So 1.10. And one other realization is based on my recent research on willpower. So I'll start with the research on willpower first. So, Prabhuji, as you know, I was just in past weeks, I was not regular in classes, and due to work commitments and everything, it was taking a lot of, as they say, willpower to actually execute devotional service, to chant and everything. And while I was doing that, I was often finding myself. I did find myself in such place before also, but I was finding myself in difficult places where even the will to execute that was diminished. So I actually looked up on and I always had this thing that is the willpower that we have, can that be expanded or is it limited? Like, for example, if I have the will to do something, people say that I am very willing to do XYZ, and they do. Let's say there is hard work involved in a task one, and there is a task two, which is also hard, and then there is a task three, which is also hard, which also happens with most of us in our daily lives. We have to tackle job, then family, then spirituality. So it's very exhausting. So my question was that, is our willpower enough to sustain us through all those hard challenges, or like, do we biologically just give up on doing the hard work and going through stuff? So I discovered an online paper about the AMCC, which is the anterior mid congulate cortex in our brain, that is responsible for willpower. uh, so how this works is, Prabhu, is that if, let's say, there is some hard thing that you're doing, right? Let's say you're in gym, or you're chanting, or you're waking up early, right? If there is some hard thing that you're doing but you enjoy it, your willpower, basically the AMCC, remains the same size. And it's a very integral structure in the brain, basically, this AMCC. As you age, when they say that, elder people, they lose a lot of their gray matter in the brain or lose their brain, AMCC is one of the biggest thing that they actually end up losing. The mass reduces a lot. So, but if, yeah, so basically people think that if they keep on doing hard stuff, they will have that willpower. I'm going on a run, I'm going on a jog, or I'm doing that chanting, or I'm waking up early. So my willpower is increasing, basically, because I'm doing hard stuff. But actually, what research showed was that if you enjoy doing those hard things, let's say if you're waking up at 5 a.m. for Mangla, and it is hard, obviously, it is hard if you're in a work life, or a tough life, or if you're completing your 16 round, it is hard. But if you still enjoy that process some way or the other, your willpower is not increasing. The size of your AMCC remains the same. Where how it increases is when we do something that we absolutely do not like. For example, like washing utensils. I'll give my own example. So if there is 3-4 dishes in the sink, I know this is hard to clean, because I don't. Well, usually in India we have maids, right? They can come and clean. But let's say they have an off day, or they're on a holiday, right? So we have to clean. So if there are 3 to 4 dishes in the sink, then it's fine. Like, it's hard, I know, but I can get through it. But if there are 5 to 6 and one dish has been there for past 1 week or something like that, then it is absolutely disgusting for me to even go there and clean it. I know this should not be the case, but it is a very big factor in me not going to do it. So things like this, when we do, then our willpower actually increases, AMCC. So in spiritual life, let's say, I'll give an example of, for me, let's say, waking up early and doing aarti is fine, but just followed by doing 16 rounds of chanting, that I like will think about twice. Maybe I'll do 4 rounds, that's fine, before I go to work. But doing all those rounds, or doing at least half of my rounds before going to work, so that I go to work with a fresh mind, that I find hard. If I do that, then and it's what in modern language they call it, that it is a micro suck. Basically, it sucks to do that thing, right? Because it's so hard, you don't want to do it. So if I do that thing, then my willpower increases. And second thing that the research showed was, spiritual. They did a research same on spiritual people, and they found that even spiritual people who are like 70, 80 years of age, their AMCC is the size of 20 to 18-year-olds, because they have devoted their life to such practices, hard practices and discipline and everything, that their willpower to do anything is very good, very big. And they can then direct this willpower to any other thing in their life. Be it anything, they will be expert at that. Be it management, be it finance, be it anything, they will be absolutely perfect with it, because they have developed their willpower to that extent. And that connects me to what Srila Prabhupada and all these other wonderful devotees, and what we are taught in the weekend classes, that and that if you're expert in your devotional service, then you automatically become expert or, very sincere in your other areas of life. And I just connected that with the recent research. So the realization here was that all these things that we think are just, we in scriptures, when it is written or when our seniors tell us, we think that it is just, uh, we normalize it by saying, oh, this is just another saying that our seniors are telling us, or, parents are telling us, whatever, because they are not even able to give some logical explanation behind it. But we find it very exciting when new scientific research establishes the same thing. For example, our parents tell us to do, when we are sick or something, they tell us to drink haldi ka doodh. But we won't be like, very hesitant. But recently I had the chance to, because of my office, to go to Starbucks. There they were selling turmeric latte, which is basically haldi ka doodh, but for 400 rupees, which we can get for free in our home. And they had, oh, this has medicinal benefit and all this. And Indian people they were drinking it thinking, oh, turmeric latte Starbucks has introduced, let us drink that. So that was one realization, Prabhu, that how we want to uh, like all this knowledge to be stamped before we actually start applying it. We don't usually believe what has been passed down as wisdom. Second, I'll come to my second realization. Just wrapping it up. Sorry for taking so much time. So second realization was, Prabhu, on this shloka that you shared. I'll just refer that shloka once. Yeah. So it is recently you shared, Prabhu, Bhagavad Gita 1.10, 1.10. I'll sing that. Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishmabhirakshitam paryaptam tav idam etesham balam bhimabhirakshitam. A translation in purport by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So basically, this is Duryodhan saying this in the first chapter. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma. Whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. So at first glance, I skipped over this. Like, obviously, I read it, and then I was just like, it went to the back of my head, not actively thinking about it, because I thought it's a very simple verse. Duryodhan is saying that, we have Bhishma Pitama on our side, and they have Bhima, and we are superior, they're inferior. Then suddenly it struck me that Duryodhan hasn't mentioned Krishna here in this verse. He's mentioned that we have Bhishma Pitama on our side and we are superior, and there is Bhima on the other side, and because Bhim does not have that experience of, and Prabhupada writes this in the purport, that he does not have this experience of being an army general, hence they are inferior. So I thought that why Duryodhan didn't say that, Krishna is also on that side. And then I realized it's because Krishna promised that he will be a non-combatant in the battle, right? So there are a few on this point only. I have written a realization, and I would like to just read it out. So here it goes. Yeah. At the start of the Bhagavad Gita, Duryodhan assesses the strengths of the two armies assembled on the Kurukshetra battle. Therein, he mentions the principal warriors on both sides, but forgets to mention Krishna. This is like he mentions this in 1.02 to 1.10. Therein, he mentions the principal warriors on both sides, but forgets to mention Krishna. His neglecting Krishna is understandable because Krishna had declared he would be a non-combatant. So Duryodhan thought that Krishna's presence would not matter, and he focused on comparing the material arrangements for the two opposing forces. But while overlooking Krishna, Duryodhan forgot what Krishna's presence on the opposite side signified. It signified that the Pandavas were in harmony with the spiritual principle of devotion. While we ourselves can do some good, we can do far more good if we become willing instruments for the Supreme. Krishna's plan is far better than ours. In fact, the Gita assures Arjun of victory if he fights as an instrument for Krishna. And I'm referring shloka like chapter 11. Uh, I don't remember the exact shloka. I think it's 33, chapter 11, verse 33. Uh, um, that in fact, Krishna desists from fighting personally so that he can give his devotees like Arjuna the opportunity to act on his behalf and get the resulting glory. This empowering devotional dynamism is completely missed by the materialistic assessment of self obsessed characters like Duryodhan, who bank on material superiority for victory. Duryodhan was oblivious to the power of inner alignment through the spiritual principle of devotion. Worse still, he was also massively misaligned with that principle. He had defied Krishna time and again. This delusion of Duryodhan spelled his doom, which is indirectly conveyed in the Gita's concluding prophecy, 18.78, which is the shloka where it is said, wherever there is Krishna and Arjun, the victory will be there, right? So 18.78. When we face life, and what I got from this 1.10 was that whenever we face life's challenges, we may succumb to the Duryodhan delusion by assessing things only materially, that the problem is very tough or the opponent is very tough because materially they are very sound. But we forget that even if Krishna is a non-combatant, he is still there. And for a devotee, Krishna is there in our life. Guru Maharaj are there in our life. Srila Prabhupada are there in our life through their teachings, through their words, through their instructions. And we often neglect that because we cannot see it. And we basically get trapped in this Duryodhan delusion. So that was the realization that I had on Bhagavad Gita chapter 1.10. So these are the two realizations that I had over the week. So thank you, Prabhu, for letting me share that. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. In fact, everyone devotee should wash their own plates. I wash one plate every day. At least that much I do. Other things I do not do. Yeah, you must do it. Of course, you got your now maid servants in the form. In India, you're very lucky to have maid servants. Also, you've got here we got dishwashers to wash. So, but still, wash your own. Problem solved. Takes 2 minutes. Hardly 2 seconds. Initially, it was very hard. Then it is very. And don't use soap for washing. This. Of course, sometimes you have to do, but otherwise, water you wash nicely, and then next day it's okay. Of course, some dirt you have to wash. Don't worry about it. Get me wrong. I'm just telling you at this point. That's very nice. Okay, very nice, very nice. More and more are coming. So as I said, that we learn from each other's realizations from here, which is very good. It's very good. And bhakti means helping each other. One cannot be selfish in bhakti, but one has to be selfish in bhakti too, not get disfocused. Okay, now for Vrindavan Yatra, all of us who are coming, we will be soon. We've got a separate WhatsApp group for that. We're discussing those things, and remember, it is a Kartik time. So closer to time, we'll have more discussions being done, and yeah, we're looking forward to this. We're working on some plan. As I said, I've been saying this. Once it's finalized, I'll let you all know. And yeah, it's very excited. We are very excited to come and meet with all of you. Yeah, Vrindavan, Radhe Radhe, Hare Krishna. All right. Who would like to go next now? You're most welcome, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Thank you for giving me the time to share my realization. Apologies for joining late, Prabhuji. I was struggling with something. My laptop stand catched might dimak, so I was struggling with washing it away and doing all. So that was different. So Prabhuji, I would like to share one paragraph from the book Raja Vidya, wherein Prabhupada, we are studying it in our Saturday classes given by Avinash Roshan Prabhuji. So here Prabhupada writes that the age of Kali, the age characterized by ignorance, chaos, liberation is out of our reach and practically for everyone. One has to go through the whole ordeal of becoming civilized, then religious, and then one has to perform charities and sacrifices and come to the platform of knowledge, then to the stage of liberation, and finally, after liberation, to the understanding of what Krishna is. So when I read this, this was shared by Avinash Prabhu in the learners group also. And when I was reading this, I suddenly a lot of things happening in my family these past few weeks ago and all this. So I was realizing that with the passing of my grandmother, what I found and what I found very interesting and stucking was that recently the experience of the passing of my grandmother, and in very auspicious day she left her body, but as soon as all the things happened and people started doing those rituals and last rites, I still found that there are things which was happening only ritualistically with all glories to what people were doing, but again this Krishna consciousness and reading Srila Prabhupada, attending classes, doing my chanting and rounds, I certainly realized that what was and what is important, why we need backing of philosophy, why we need to have everyday association with Prabhupada books and going to classes and understanding what philosophy is. So, and because this all things were happening in the family and people were coming, and ultimately it all boiled down to the gossips that people were doing, all the heavy food stuff and not maintaining any, and when I used to say that, I want to have this kind of, this is a time that we should eat food and this is the time where we should, though then I in turn I used to get the criticism that no, this is the time we need to eat late in the night with everyone and eat only heavy food because this is what is the rituals are. So with all respect to what people were doing, but it all boiled down to lot of religious, but not, I could not find anything philosophical, or maybe most of the things were only superficially. I could sense that things were happening on a superficial level. However, the best part was my grandfather, my Dadaji. We used to have a lot of home programs when Avinash Prabhu were there. When previously all group we were having a kind of congregation in Nagpur, so all the devotees used to come to my home and do all this chant. So my Dadaji made sure that every 6 p.m. in the evening we used to have Hare Krishna Mahamantra chanting, kirtan and all. So that was the time where I felt that no, this kind of, the culture that one establishes, the culture that one passes has so much of importance that people still remember. still my Dadaji still remembered that, yeah, this used to happen and we're going to continue the same thing. So that was very profound in all the processes. And the second thing that happened simultaneously, that one of my friends, she also came. She's a psychologist. She also came from Bangalore, and 2 years back, when she came to Nagpur for some time, we met, and she was asking me, what happened to you? You've suddenly changed and everything is very nice, and I could feel your life is better now. And so I just told her that this is the process that I'm doing and everything. And now she came after 2 years completing her MSc in psychology and coming to Nagpur, our hometown. And I could see that she still remembered that, oh, 2 years ago, Shuchi, you have told me everything. And now when I came back, I really want to learn and learn about what you're doing. And she had a lot of discussions with me related to the importance of chanting and the importance of reading scriptures and everything. And I had a conversation with her father also. They are Sikh, they follow Sikh religion. So they had a lot of, so they also have importance of chanting, reading scriptures. They also have Guru Shishya Parampara, the disciplic successions. So we used to have recently I had a lot of coming to her place, and she come to my place when Dadi, we had this all ceremonies going on. So, and now what happened is she has joined recently our Saturday program, and she's learning in the guidance of Avinash Prabhu and Sarvasiddhi Mataji. So all these things, with all the chaos and all the struggles, what I realized is that Krishna consciousness is that pillar which can hold me, and I can still continue doing that rest of my life. That goal has been given by Krishna consciousness. That is what I realized, Prabhuji. And I would just conclude my realization by saying that in one of the classes, you only shared this one-liner, that I am not taking charge, but I am in charge. So this is what I've throughout the process realized.
Yeah. No, I'm saying we take charge, but we're not in charge of you. We're not the boss.
We take charge, but we are not in
As a
charge.
servant, the time you allow us to become your servant, we take. So we are not boss of yours. Very nice. All the best to you. Is your family okay now with your grandmother's passing away? Connection is always there. Chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra supports the soul wherever they are. I'm telling you. Sitting alone in one quiet corner, you chant, and that will help you. Very nice. Okay, who'd like to go next? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes, Hare Bol, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
I think others, you have been very patient. Thank you very much, Mother. Your camera was on. Others should also switch on their cameras. They must to listen. It's a mark of respect, even if they've given their realization. Okay, Mother, please continue. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amrish Prabhuji. Thank you, Purna Pragna Mataji, and thank you, Krishna Sarpan Prabhuji, for organizing this class and giving me this opportunity to share my realization. Prabhuji, my realization is mostly on the book we read for teachings of Lord Kapila. And there I've noted some of the points, and my realization is also based on my experience last week, where I went for business visit. And there I realized that the chanting, the chanting is very important, and it only gives you strength when there is no food. Like I was visiting there and there was no food with me. Like in Chennai, there is no onion. Like if you ask them, I want a food without onion garlic, they'll offer you omelette. So they'll say, okay, omelette is vegetarian food, and it doesn't have onion garlic with you. So you can take it, ma'am. So I said, no, I just don't want without onion garlic. So they're saying it's vegetarian and without onion garlic. So they only offer you omelette or the chutney with the onion garlic. So the experience was, it's like for one day I only ate rice, water and salt. This was my food for one day. The second day I was having only idli and dosa, no chutney. So it was continuing for 2 or 3 days. I was continuously eating this way, and it was Vyas Puja day. When I reached there, it was Vyas Puja, so I was having apple. I offered it to Srila Prabhupada and I ate it. So for that day, and the next day I was praying to Prabhupada that next day at least give me some food. And the next day was rice, water. So my colleague was she was saying what are you going to eat the next day, and everyone was thinking about me only so that she can eat something the next day. And there I realized that if you'll not have food, then how you'll be able to, like, she was asking me, if you'll not be able to eat something, how you will work, or how you'll walk at least. I said, Krishna's mercy, Krishna will arrange something. It's all about it. Only depend on Krishna. She was in my room, and she was seeing me that I was chanting. I was like Srila Prabhupada, the photo was there on my desk. So she was asking me, who is this? Can you tell me about him? And why do you chant? And all these questions were coming from her. So she was asking that, Shushti, why do you do this? You're not getting enough food. So why do you follow this? I said, it's because that Krishna, I love Krishna, and that is why I follow this. So she was saying, okay, but if you love someone, that someone will also reciprocate. So Krishna is not reciprocating. Krishna is not giving you enough food to eat. I said, don't worry, just wait and watch for some time. And the next day when we went for client visit, and the client asked me, so you had a good sleep and food yesterday? I said, I said, yeah, it was good. But my colleague, she said, no, she had a very bad experience in Chennai. So she said she's not even eating properly. There is no food for her. She's eating only without onion garlic food and vegetarian food. And that day and the next day, when we were having 2 days on the client visit, that 2 days we were having they were arranging food for me, and I was getting good food with paneer and everything in that. So for 2 days I was having very good food, and it was all Krishna's mercy. So my manager was saying, how did this manage? So my manager was saying, it's Krishna's mercy. So everyone was repeating my words. So it was all the experience, it was Krishnized. So I was sharing my experience with Pradyum that I'm not talking to Prabhuji for so many days. Like I was not even properly having sleep, and also I was not posting. Like I used to post Maharaj post on groups, all the groups, but I was not posting it for so many days because there was so much chaos. But it was my mistake. And for 6 days, and when I came back to home, all the people, Shrishti, you went there, you went alone, everything was good, but you were not posting for 6 days. So everyone was thinking in that sense. So I was saying all these things, it's only happened because of Srila Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj, because everyone was not thinking about that I went there and I came back safely, but all was thinking that you are not posting the post, Maharaj post there. This was my realization from the practical experience, that I went there and I came back. And then I understood the Lord Kapil, from the book of Lord Kapil's, that I realized that the true happiness comes from hearing about Krishna and serving him through sincere chanting and devotion. This I understood when I was there. I was struggling. The only strength which was given to me by chanting holy name. And instead of worrying about material problems, we should place our trust in Krishna, as you're taking charge, but you are not in charge. Only Krishna in charge. So Krishna was only taking care of me, and because of him only I was getting some food to eat. the third point which I understood is don't worry about the world, worry about yourself. This which you said on that day, that you don't worry about the world, worry about yourself. Worry of world is taken care by Krishna. And there was one of the posts from Maharaj which I remember from this: if you become careless in your activities, then you are not a devotee. That is the main thing. Don't be careless in your daily activities. Every activity should be immaculate. That is our perfection, really. So by praying to Krishna and following Srila Prabhupada's and Srila Gurudev's teaching, we can overcome challenges and continue practice bhakti in any situation. This is what my realization is all about.
Wonderful. Hare Krishna. No, so nice. All the best to you. All the best to you.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Sorry to interrupt you, Prabhu. There is one more realization which you must share, is about your flight realization. What happened in flight? Sorry, Prabhu, I'm the show. Yeah, that's very important.
Yes, Prabhuji, when I was coming back from, I was having two flights. There is no direct flight from Chennai to Nagpur. So I went to Hyderabad, and from Hyderabad to Nagpur. So when I was traveling from Hyderabad to Nagpur, there was 3 hours delay in the flight. So, and due to turbulence and due to cloudy weather, there was fog, and the pilot was saying that we will fly, but it's a risk. Like, we'll fly first. I'll try to take the flight down, but I'll first try. This will be a trial. So for first trial it was failed, second trial failed, and third time it was success. And I was just chanting, and the person who was sitting beside me was the CEO of one of the company, and he was asking me, Shushti, he asked me, what is your name? I said, yeah, Shushti, because I was having a Lenovo bag. So he was asking, you are from IT company, so where do you? So I was chanting. I was not responding for some time, and I completed my chanting, and I answered. I replied back to him. So he was saying, why are you chanting? I said, you also try once, then I'll give you the answer. So he tried for one round, and then we started speaking for 1 hour, almost for 1 hour. I gave him answers of his question, that why I follow this, why I do this. And there was turbulence. I said, for I was not able to, I was so worried that how I'll manage. There is cloud, there is water coming from the window, like there is water there. Everyone was panicked, kids were crying. And I have not faced this, and I was alone in the flight. There is no family member. I have never traveled alone. And Pradyum was there to pick me, and he was not getting any news out of me, because for Hyderabad flights there was no news from in the board itself. So it's all I was just chanting, and I asked the person sitting beside me also to chant. That's it. My experience was, it's only that I chanted, and I came back to home, and everyone was also chanting. When I came back to home, they were having aarti, and they were offering me aarti, and also I said, it's not me, it's not only Krishna, that I reached safely at that day.
Hare Krishna. Very nice. Very nice. I could see you're very emotional, Very nice. All the best to you. You're very nice. When you're telling me all these things, I was just thinking that you are in a very enviable position. Means people should envy you, who are materialistic people. They say they will envy you. I wish I have your position. See, this is what I understood, okay, if I heard correctly. That when you went to your workplace in Chennai, you're not getting food. So you were adamant, I love Krishna, I'll have what is to be done, Then afterwards, I'll give you some solutions for that. But right now, we'll talk about you, right? So, but your office colleague was worried about your health. You're not eating. What is going on there? She's thinking about you, and you're chanting. And she was speaking on your behalf to Krishna. If Krishna is true, then he should support you and all those things, yeah? And she did. She spoke on your behalf to somebody else. They made sure nice arrangement was made. Krishna made her Nimitta Mahatma. So somebody was thinking about you at that time. Okay? Now, when you were not posting, everybody else was thinking about you. The why you're not posting, you're thinking about the service that you are doing is very important. You know, so you may think that, oh, they're not worried about my health, but what about my posting? So that is true. One's service is more important than oneself in devotional service. Remember this. So again, they're thinking about you. Yeah. And what were you thinking about? Krishna. This is best. In the plane, the turbulence, you're remembering Krishna. Yeah. And this person who was CEO, whoever the person is, wouldn't know what is the value of the CEO when he doesn't know what to do when there's turbulence, you know. When you're about to die, you'll cry, yeah, I love you, my wife, I love you, my mother, I love you, my this. That's right. If you can't do that, then what will you do? You die being morose. Here we died chanting Hare Krishna. Krishna takes care of everything. Yeah. So there also you glorified Krishna and you taught somebody else about glorification of Krishna. He will remember that. And here your brother was at the airport waiting for you chanting Krishna. So I'm sure he was chanting Krishna's name too. You see, this is how Krishna is everything is. So you're an important person to your colleagues, you're an important person to the devotees, you're an important person to your family who then worshipped you when you came back, you know, thanking Krishna. So this is devotional service. So credit goes to Saraswati Mataji and Avinash Krishna Prabhu 100% for their training that when the times were difficult, you did perform devotional service. You know, so this is absolutely correct. I always like devotees when they share their personal realizations, you know. We become big devotees. The big bhashan we give. When it comes to our food, I'll start to eat onion, garlic and chicken, mutton, everything I'll eat, you know. But you did not eat. So you are my role model too. You know? So please, wish you all the success. Bajram Te, you know. Blessings to all of you. Very nice. So wonderful. Please continue doing this. Padma Prabhu wants to say something. Yes, Padma Prabhu.
Yes, so when I went to pick her, actually she had never ever traveled alone. Like she never traveled alone. There was plan that I would be going with her, but it didn't work. She had to go alone, and this was very first time for her. And when I was at the airport, at the arrival, the stage arrival stage, there was no information about the Hyderabad flight, and I didn't have the flight number or something. I didn't know, but somehow I got the information that the flight will be coming, and there was very heavy storm at Nagpur at that time. So everyone at the airport came inside the shed, and everything was like all the boards were falling down. A very heavy storm was there. So and the next day we had a home Prabhupada's Vyas Puja program at our online program we had. So I was thinking about my homage and I was doing chanting. I was not very much worried because I knew that she does so much more things than me. She is very, she's elder to me. She manages material and spiritual things so nicely. So I was not very worried. I was like, Krishna will take care. There is nothing to much worry about. So I was just there waiting for her. So,
very nice. Very good. All the best. All the best. So, Mataji Hare Krishna. Can we get you on the screen again, please? Sorry. Say something. Srishti Mataji Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhuji.
And there we go. We're on the screen. So, remember one thing. There are certain food items you can eat which will give you a lot of strength, which doesn't contain anything else. Milk, bananas. My wife will give you a big list. She's very expert in this. You don't require anything else further. I think I request her to speak, you know. So, okay. So we've got milk, banana. Very good. Ekadashi, we have my breakfast is milk and 2 bananas. First class. Of course, you get if you're diabetic, then banana gives you more sugar, but not only sugar, it gives a lot of other things. You had rice and water and salt. Try having rice with yogurt. They always make rice with yogurt in Chennai. Okay.
Yeah, but it was on the outskirts, Prabhuji, and I had yogurt with them, but it was onion inside that.
In
They
the
were
yogurt,
having, yeah, onion was there. So I asked them यहाँ पर दही मिलेगा या फिर ये मिलेगा क्या? So they said no. There, that also I just put, and there I found there was an onion inside that.
Okay. So rice and milk, another point. Hot milk, put rice in it and milk. Put some sugar if you want to have it. That's also there. Okay. Milk and fruits. All this will give you a lot of strength. Peanuts, okay, gives you protein. That's it. Whenever I used to go to Chennai, I used to not be a devotee at the time, but this is outskirts away, so it's a different thing, you know. So you'll not find rotis and all those things there. They eat a lot of rice there. You know? So different kind of rice you'll have. So remember this, make notes here, and this will sustain you very nicely, very easily. Okay, and any Vishnu temple, if there is anything, if there's an entire situation like this, you know, if there's any, we ask for Vishnu temple and Vishnu temple here, and check you have got any restaurant or some prasadam. Vishnu temple you will have this. We don't unemployed. Okay, or Jain place, you know, if you have to there. Okay, so but probably in Chennai they may not have Jain, you know, so but ask this, check out, you know, Jain restaurant, Jain food, you'll get this. Nothing else. As I said, rice and milk, rice and curd, milk and banana. You can sustain milk and banana for a long time. Milk, banana, apple, easy, long time. And put some hot milk, rice, that's very good, you know. But I don't take milk also so much. My yogurt is also without cream. You know? So that's another subject altogether. But you have this, it's perfectly all right. Just a thought. You did very nicely. Next time when you go there, in that same place, don't worry. Equip yourself. I'll have this. No problem. Bring anything. Krishna, 7 days, we did this. Offer it. You know? And we take a nice ball, and in Bhagavad Gita, or if you don't have Bhagavad Gita, your mobile phone is there. Put Krishna's photograph there, Guru Mahar's photograph there, Prabhupada, and offer it on the camera. We have done it. Don't think that you require a big proper altar for everything. But I have done. As I said, I teach all of you what I have experienced. Correct? The third I'm seeing today. I've done program with other people in remote places in New Zealand here, where there was no question of altar. We have done it in centers and all those places where there was nothing. Okay, well, we are cooking and where to offer. So we opened Bhagavad Gita and put Prabhupada photograph, Bhagavad Gita, and other Radha Krishna photograph offered to the photograph in the Bhagavad Gita. So what we read Bhagavad Gita, same place, it's same thing. The same way, if you don't have Bhagavad Gita, your mobile phone is there, Radha Krishna is there, Guru Maharaj, nobody is there, Guru Maharaj photograph is there, put Guru Maharaj photograph, Maharaj please accept. It's done, no problem. No more, you don't need anything else. If you can't get Maharaj's photograph, Prabhupada's photograph, please help me. It's enough. It's done. So you're never alone. The whole parampara is with you. Nothing to worry about. Be very strong, which you are, and be very, you know, grateful to Krishna, which you are. So all ingredients are there for you. Just continue with this worship. All the best to you. These are a few examples of it, you know, if you can. If you really have to struggle with this point, you know. And idli and dosa without chutney and sambar, what a big deal. I eat all the time. No problem at all. You see, it's perfect. Best. All the best to you, you know. Very nice. Now grow this realization and show it to others. Now your other friends should chant also. Look, you did nicely to me. You also chant now, you know. Jara dakho tare kaho Krishna upadesh. You know? All the best to you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Guruji.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Okay. Who would like to go next now?
Alagya was Suchi Mataji raised her hand.
Yes, Suchi Mataji. Okay.
Prabhuji, just one thing I want to share. I was not able to share previously. When there was after all the rites that happened with my grandmother's demise, the last day when we had a whole that prasadam at our community hall in Nagpur, Pradyumna Prabhu, Shrishti Mataji. That was my because my grandfather, he used to have, we used to have kirtan every evening. So he wanted to have the whole kirtan in our community hall with all the people coming, his friends, the relatives from out of Nagpur and everything. So Pradyumna Prabhuji, Srishti Mataji, and all other devotees, Deepak Prabhu, they all came to our community hall. We had Prabhupada's photo, the frame that we had, and we decorated everything, and we had a good kirtan of 3 hours, and we all what was very nice that slowly each and everybody we were sitting there, and the entire, like in front of us, the entire mob was accumulating, and there was a time where nobody was inside, but most of the audience, the people, they came, the relative, they all sat down and we all chanted. There was a time when we all chanted, and there was people clapping their hands and singing kirtan and all Radha Madhav bhajan and everything. So yeah, that was also very nice. So thank you to Prabhupada Srila Gurudev and Pradyumna Prabhu Shrishti Mataji, who also
Yes.
came there and did the initiative.
So Pradyumna Prabhu chanted, huh? He chanted, huh?
Yeah, Pradyumna Prabhu and Shrishti Mataji, we had a mic system also, so we are all chanted with all mridanga and kartal. So
Very nice. Very nice. All the best. All the best. And all the best. I can see it's all the powerhouse of Avinash Prabhu and Saraswati Mataji. All glories to them.
yes, Prabhuji.
All it's wonderful.
Mataji and Prabhuji continuously was there in touch with me, and they also guided me. They also consoled me that how to handle the situation in the best possible way, and
Yes,
keeping
that's
planting.
very nice. All the best. Hare Krishna. You see, what we have to do is this, that I want all of you, all of us, our position is very clear. Only pure devotional service has to be performed. That's it. Everybody can be pure. Purity is very important. Everybody has to be pure. Pure means what? We chant with our firm faith that Krishna and his names are non-different. That's it. That is the meaning of pure devotional service. Only pure bhakti has to be performed without any side motives. That's it. This is our position. Yeah, nothing else. And everybody, I request all of you spend time with Guru Maharaj every day. Spend time with the photograph of Maharaj, which you have, in the presence of Maharaj. Feel the presence of Maharaj in your lives. Once you feel the presence of Maharaj in your lives, then you'll find that all the blessings will come to you. Whole parampara is in with you, Then you experience the presence of Guru Maharaj's blessings in your life. Do you, I used to say this in the past, I asked you in the past, but let's have it again, but don't feel off that, oh, I have to show it, how to do it. Do you feel the presence of Maharaj in your life? Just be honest about it. If it is the case, raise your hand. If not, I can fully understand. That's fine. But if you raise your hands, I'll ask you 50 questions. If you don't, I'll not ask you any questions. So think about it. Do you feel the presence of Maharaj in your life? Please raise your hand. Okay. Raise close to your face, because if your hand is outside, I can't see. Your cameras are different locations, close to your face, so I can see. Yes. All of you feel it. Okay. Just raise all of you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, that's good. I was very worried. No, I'm not giving you enough of Maharaj. Now, feel the presence of Maharaj's blessings in your life. This is very important. And those blessings are when you have one-on-one connection when you pray with Maharaj. Try doing it. Slowly it will happen. So please do so. Because parampara you are all in by the shastra as we studied, Prabhupada says, by the scriptures, acceptance scriptures and parampara. The mercy that you are there is flowing through Maharaj, and for that we have to take our own initiative. Everywhere is our own initiative. Okay. Everything is our own initiative. But the blessings is also there. You experience it. It's flowing. The mercy is flowing. You take advantage of it by our following the instruction. Everything that I say I try and be as close as possible to what Maharaj used to say, to all of us. Okay. Hare Krishna. Who would like to go next? Please feel free.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Sorry, but I'm not able to turn on my camera. I'm in all kind of situation. Thank you, devotees. Thank you,
Sorry,
Amrish
sorry,
Prabhu.
Prabhuji.
Thank you.
Sorry, Prabhuji. I wanted to ask you, how's your health? How's
My
your
health
dental?
is perfectly okay. Yeah. I'm
Doesn't
okay,
seem like.
Prabhu.
So
No, I'm
you're
okay, Prabhu.
okay. Anyway, okay. Thank you very much. Please continue.
I'm,
Hare Krishna. Yeah.
yeah. There's certain posture I cannot take, but otherwise I'm okay, Prabhu. Yeah. This is helping me to purify my bhakti, Prabhu. Must be some karmic reaction. Yes. Thank you again, Amrish Prabhu. Thank you, Purnipagna Devi Dasi Mataji. And thank you, very Krishna Prabhu. Yes, Krishna Prabhu, the little one, not little one any longer. And thank you for keeping engaged, and thank you for inspiring all of us. And thank you for being source of everything, at least for Krishna consciousness. So one very important point which Srushti Mataji, in my opinion, has missed in her realization. She was sharing this to me, with me, that the pilot announced that there is not enough fuel in the tank. Correct, Srushti? And I said, okay, where do you go after that? So there is not enough fuel. The flight this is only 1 hour flight from Hyderabad to Nagpur, and the plane is for 3.5 hours in the air, and there is no fuel in the tank. Yeah, you cannot go back even. I don't know what Srushti was doing. So that was very interesting situation. My relation, I always read Srushti's post very seriously because she's posting Maharaj post every day, and that's how I start my day, because that's late night for her and early morning for me. So I'll start from this post which she posted yesterday, where Maharaj says that to prevent any of the senses from losing its normal capacity, we must keep them in constant use, specifically in use for Krishna. The more we use our senses in Krishna's service, the longer they will function properly. Because Krishna sees that we are using the senses given by him for what they are meant to be used, he will prolong their lifespan. His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj. So that was my inspiration for today's realization. And the verse I would like to share is a very famous verse which you quote all the time. Is Anya Bilasita Shunyam Jnana Karma Dhyanavritam Anukulayena Krishnanu Shilanam Bhaktir Uttama. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. When first class devotional service develops, one must be devoid of all material desires, knowledge obtained by monistic philosophy, and fruitive action. The devotee must constantly serve Krishna favorably as Krishna desires. So that's what Maharaj is saying. That's what Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila chapter 19 verse 67 saying, that how do we engage our senses? And that's my biggest challenge, even at this age, where the senses are so demanding. And they inspire me as well, that what I do so that I don't get into those fruitive activities or those kind of things. And I remember that we used to have this discussion that you always say MBO, not MBA, MBO. Management by objective. That's the one thing which I picked up long back, was that whatever we do, we must have an objectivity, that why we are doing this. Why we are doing this will keep us focused, and that gives sense to it, and that gives you everything, that if you know what you are doing and if you know what you want, you can achieve it. And as you said, pure devotional service is simple as long as we are pure. So I'm struggling with purity, and I feel that purity is the most important thing. And my purity is that while I'm talking to these young devotees who are very seriously following you, because I try not to come in between or in the middle. I want to be as transparent as I can be, because then only I think those instructions will work. If I bring my mind on the subject, it becomes impure and it loses the potential. And in that way, I try to keep my senses under control, and I know that they are not in control. They're still out of control. So I would like all of you to bless me as a Vaishnava so that I can purify my senses. I can be as pure as I can be, and I can keep serving Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, and Hare Krishna WECAN, and that's what I want. That's my lesson, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Haribol Prabhuji, very nice. Thank you very much for a wonderful realization. We can see the quality of the tree from its fruits, So the fruits are very, very nice. All the devotees are shaping up very good. This all, even the word shaping up is Maharaj's words. Maharaj used to say these words. So when you'll see a lot of things. I just copy.
It is potential, Prabhu. It's not, no, it's potential working. I'm engaged.
That's
So,
wonderful. All the
it
best.
goes to you and Mataji. You are doing a lot of things which we don't realize. Yeah.
We know what is happening. We know where to give credit for. And it's very important that the future generation appreciate this and they continue with this mood. Somehow or other. As I said, we do not have any organization. And on purpose, we don't keep it. Because it become political, all the rut comes, So we keep it like this. It's very simple. So all of us are individuals and all of us are together. So a dynamic process. So I wish you all the success. Thank you very much, Prabhuji, for your wonderful services. To you and Mataji, both, all the best to you. So please. And as I was talking about the point of or not organization, we are not an organization. There's a reason behind this. Please understand, I do not know if I'm able to articulate these points. I thought very deeply on these points, See, as I said, if you're an organization, you require structures, you require resolutions, you require this, you require that, you require guru, you require no guru, you require followers, you require managers. Okay. But if you say read Prabhupada's books and follow Prabhupada's books, we are teaching the same thing. Prabhupada's books are the basis. That's going to last for next 10,000 years, Prabhupada said. Prabhupada said that I'm alive in my books. So did he lie? I don't think he lied. When he said, I'll never die. I will always be living in my books. So what does it mean? We accept Prabhupada for everything, we don't accept this. So that's the reason why my conclusion is this. To samam bonam is this point only, that somehow or other, if we can continue with this process very seriously, where all of us are trained, we are individually on our own, we must take responsibility for our own actions, which we have to take anyways. No organization, no structure will give us, we'll take you back to Godhead. Nobody will say this, because nobody can say this. So nobody should say this. Okay, then why be a hypocrite? So what will take us back to Godhead is this. What will take us back to Godhead? Studying Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Nectar of Devotion, Nectar of Instruction, properly, systematically we teach. Chanting sincerely, we do. Okay, that's exactly what it is. Nothing else. No complications. Nothing at all. And this is what Srila, and you will say the same thing. What I say is what is repeated in the scriptures. It's not that it is not always that I read the scriptures and then tell you instructions. So many times it happens with my intuition, I speak and it comes in the scriptures. Believe you me. Or if I've read it, I've not read it so attentively. Even this Prabhupada said, Mahaprabhu said this, I think a couple of times we read a mention. Sanjay Prabhu also mentioned this, Prabhu kohe, aiche baat kabu na kohibe, kohiba. Gruhe rahi Krishna naam nirantar kohiba, laiba. That's what you do. Stay at home and chant Hare Krishna. Okay? And yaar dakho tare kaho Krishna Upadesh, amara Agdar Guru Tarere. So I made some notes. I missed this point, so I'm repeating this point again. So just see, if one can remain comfortably in his residence, we simply request everyone to chant the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. The purport Srila Prabhupada says. Other point Prabhupada says, if one is a little literate, he can read the Bhagavad Gita as it is, and Srimad Bhagavatam, that is so much the better, if you can read. Then Prabhupada says that instead of living engrossed in material activities, people throughout the world should take advantage of this movement and chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra at home with their families. The Krishna consciousness movement is trying to elevate human society to the perfection of life by pursuing the method described by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his advice to the Brahmana Kurma. That is, one should stay at home, chant Hare Krishna mantra, and preach instructions of Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. As simple as that. So I was missing, I thought I must say this. I thought that I've said it already last week, but some points are important to repeat, so I just repeated that. Okay. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Please feel free.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you very much, as usual, for your wonderful realizations. Very nectarian. So I have also made 2 or 3 points that I wanted to speak on. The first one was from the Radhashtami lecture that Prabhuji you gave. And this point is staying with me constantly about the devotion that how how we can be a pure devotee of Krishna, just the qualities of by embodying the qualities that Radharani has. And the second one was the Janmashtami class, where you mentioned about Rukmini Mataji, the Rukmini marriage of Krishna and Rukmini, and in that the mention by Rukmini that if in this lifetime I cannot attain Krishna, then I want to finish this life, and then the next life, and so many lives, I'm ready to take so many lives. So that point was very important in terms of that how unconditional love should be for our love for Krishna. So without us having these conditions that I want to do only this service, or I want to do only that service, or those kind of things. So these 2 points I'm just going to say with our practical experience, because this has been raised by many devotees, by Sanjeev Prabhu and family, and then also Srishti Mataji and Pradyumna Prabhu, everyone doing all the programs everywhere. And the point about how we can do devotional service at home, because we started at home as well, and it is very, very practical. And I think that the experience that we had was that everything doesn't have to be complicated. Basically, everything was very simple. We just followed a very simple process, and by engaging when you're at home, each and every one of us was engaged, and there was no time to think of I was just talking to one of the devotees in one of the festivals, and they were kind of telling me that these are the problems, and we are having these problems and that, and we're just talking about that. And I was just telling her that we did not have time to think about problems. Like, we were so engaged that the beauty of being engaged in Krishna conscious activities in the programs and the whole family being engaged is that you don't have time to think about anything else. And actually, you don't need to, because Krishna takes care, because you're trying to do Krishna's work. So Krishna does your work then. So that was the experience. I'm just speaking very humbly out of now 22 years of doing Krishna conscious activities. Sometimes we think we used to have 2 programs in the home, and all of us were working full time, and Krishna Prabhu was studying as well. So everything what everyone else was doing, we were doing. And when I look back, I also think, I don't know how we did it. And actually, we didn't do it. That is the answer. The answer is that the blessings of Srila Gurudev, His Holiness Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, the blessings of Srila Prabhupada, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, and the blessings of Krishna and all the Vaishnavas that has helped us achieve this. And it is such a wonderful experience. And the byproducts are so amazing. So, I see that people take a lot of efforts. Oh, what am I going to do with my children? How am I going to engage them? How am I going to bring them in this consciousness that, they should, how am I going to teach them values? All these questions come. And these questions, believe me, are not discussions with the materialistic people that we do have at work as well, but even with devotees. How do you do this? How do you manage to make your child, when the class is going on, you have a 5-year-old child, how do you make the child sit down without making a single noise and disturbance? How is that possible? And we've all experienced that. We've done that. There's still questions get asked. How do you raise your child like this? And how do you keep your children in today's world? How do you keep your teenage children or young children engaged still in Krishna consciousness and interested in Krishna consciousness? These are the challenges, the real challenges. So you have people who are trying to be Krishna conscious, who have no idea about what is Krishna consciousness. Then you have people who are Krishna conscious, have children who are Krishna conscious. You have devotees whose children have swayed away. All these kind of different, we are all living in the material world. And so I personally feel that this process that Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev has given, just do it at your home. You don't have to do anything elaborate. Everything, all the process that Srila Prabhupada has given, you can do everything at your own home. You can do your chanting, you can do, I remember there was one day when, was it? Please correct me, Prabhuji, if I'm wrong, that they were in the program, nobody could come or something like that. And the instruction is that if nobody comes also, you can still preach. You preach to the walls. No. You do that, we have done that also. So I think that I really wanted to lay importance, because there's a lot of Matajis here. And, you may, at the moment, some of you are studying or you're just starting your careers and everything. But when you will get married and everything like that, you will obviously think, how am I going to manage everything? So just keep it simple and you do it at your home. And it is nothing that if I do at home, it is less, nothing like that. Krishna consciousness is not bound by anything, by any place or circumstance or anything. That is what Srila Gurudev has taught us. It is very simple and it should be very joyfully performed. So devotional service is not something where you compare, oh, I'm doing here or I'm doing there. That is more beneficial. This is nothing like that there. There is your consciousness is more important. So I personally am sharing this because we have experienced this for the last 22 years. And I really, really feel at peace with the process. And it has definitely had so many benefits. One benefit is for the children. Like for me, I did not have to teach separate values to my own child. at all. So I think the values came with the process. And that is the most difficult thing today, especially in the Western world. As a parent, it's a big challenge. So I wanted to share this, and I was very happy to see how now, even Sanjay Prabhu, I saw the program, photos and everything. It's really reminded me of our olden days. So it's very good. And of course, all the devotees also who are doing online programs. It's really, really a wonderful process. My other realization was on verse 1.11 Bhagavad Gita, which Prabhuji have shared. I'm just going to sing the verses. Somewhere similar to what Path Prabhu has shared, but I think I'm going to have a different angle on that verse. So, Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yatha bhagam avasthitaha Vishmam eva mira santu bhavanta sarva eva hi. So, Prabhuji, when you've shared it in the Hare Krishna WECAN, there is the main translation for the verse, translation by Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. And then there was a photo that you've shared where you said, Duryodhan, after praising the prowess of Bhishma, further considered that others might think that they had been considered less important. So in his usual diplomatic way, he tried to address the situation in their words. And I was just thinking, so there's 2 points that came very prominent to me. The first point was, I remember Srila Gurudev's was pearls of wisdom on this, that in trying to save your face, you're killing your soul. This came to me, and I'll explain later what that means. And then the second thing is, there are 2 types of benefits. So there is a Shreya and Prayer that Srila Prabhupada explains in another context. And Prayer means something where you get immediate benefit, and Shreya means where you get ultimate benefits. So, for example, for a child, Srila Prabhupada says, you're explaining that child wants to play, so that's the benefit, immediate benefit that the child is enjoying. But then we tell them, no, you have to study, and then you study, then that's going to benefit you in your life. So with that context, I was thinking that how Duryodhan's choosing, what was the choices that he made in his life. So first of all, we all know that both Duryodhan and Arjun went to Krishna before the war, and they were given the opportunity to ask what they wanted. And of course, Arjun chose Krishna, Lord Krishna, to be with him. And Lord Krishna was not going to participate in the war. And Arjun chose Krishna as his charioteer. But charioteer in the sense, the one who will guide him. And Duryodhan was very happy to choose Krishna's army, Narayan Sena. So that is a huge army, obviously. And Arjun was not interested in that. So I was thinking that, we also make choices every time in our life. And one of the choices is about relationships, right? About the associations we choose, about the relationships we choose in our life. That's the most important choice of our life. And so I was thinking Duryodhan is chosen to go with a huge army. And this is what happens in our life also, that sometimes when we have to make decisions, we see where there is a huge crowd, we just want to follow that. And in having done that, this is another experience that sometimes you feel like, oh, you have all these people around you and they're all there with you and everything like that. But at the time of need, who actually helps you? A friend in need. So that experiences we all have in our life. We have sometimes, like we have concentric circles. We have a circle of inner circle, and then we have outer circle. And sometimes from outer circle also people can help us. So I was just thinking of the choice, so that made the whole difference of what choice Arjun made and what Duryodhan made. And this is what is a take for me, that Duryodhan was thinking of prayer. So just ultimate, I've got Bhishma, Pitamaha, I've got Dronacharya and all these things. And they were great personalities as well. They were like Bhishma Pitamaha was Mahajan. So one of the 12 Mahajans means they're the great devotees of Lord Krishna. And Arjun was thinking that if I have Krishna, then I have the right guidance and the righteousness and the truth and the dharma is on their side. So it's very important sometimes in life. This is also, I'm just saying by experience, that we may feel that the choice we have made may make us feel like we are alone, or we might have less people around us, but that is not important. What is important is that we make the right choice. This is what I tell myself, because our aim is we are not after prayer. We are not after how it looks good now. We are not after saving our face, but we are after saving our soul. We are after Shreya, which is the ultimate goal. And so the choices that we make, if that is going to help me in achieving my ultimate goal, then that's good enough. Otherwise, we are actually really killing our own soul, So yeah, this realization came to me when I, this verse we have read so many times, but when Prabhuji put up that photo and pointed out this and the main point in the puppet, so he was trying to convince himself. So, when sometimes we are trying to do something right, we don't have to convince, we don't have to prove, we just do it. But when you're not doing something right, in the heart of the heart, he knows Krishna is there. And Bhishma Pitama also told him that, ultimately the victory is there because Krishna is there. But he's trying to just show this. And this, when you're not doing something right, then the first thing is you have to convince your own self. And then you try to convince others around you. And then you might get a few people who might just say, yeah, what you're saying is right. But that's not going to help us. And that is not what helped Duryodhan. All of these people were there on his side. And he said, I've got Bhishma Pitamaha now. All the other people should also help him. He's such a great warrior and everything like that. But what is the ultimate, the Shreya? He did not get that. And so for me personally, I feel that, it's very, very important to stay put on your ground, to do the right thing. And it might be also sometimes, most of the times, it's difficult to do the right thing. It's very, it might be uncomfortable. It puts you in an uncomfortable position. But when you do it, then you clear yourself out of it. So I think that it's very, very important in life. What are the choices that we're making? And what is the benefit that comes out of it? And And by doing so, I'm talking only about myself. By doing so, I want to help myself and not do a disservice to my own self. So in that spirit, just praying to all the wonderful devotees here. Hopefully, can achieve that in this lifetime. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. This is wonderful, very powerful. Hare Krishna. Chant and be happy. Hare Bol. Yeah. Who would like to go next? We're a little over time, but not to worry. We've got enough time for all. Please feel free. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Can you just mute it, please? Sorry, Prabhu. Thank you, His Grace Amrish Prabhu, His Hare Grace Purna Pragya Mataji, and His Grace Krishna Samarpan Krishna Prabhu for training us and giving us opportunity to share our realization as well. So, and thank you all the devotees for your wonderful realizations. So I've been listening, quite a wide variety of subject matter has been discussed, which is very nice to hear. Especially, I really like the Shrishti Mataji's realizations. Means all the relations were good, but that actually reminded me, I faced the similar things in the past, and now we are comfortable in that position because I know this happens everywhere you travel to the business, and you get different names as well. So I just to actually my previous boss he used to call to me. He used to call me that Sheetal, you are very high maintenance. So even if actually they order something vegetarian, I still look and I said, no, I don't feel like to eat. And that's what happened. I said, I don't know how that is cooked. So they used to get annoyed, with all this. But now they say, okay, don't leave him alone. He will find his own way. So that working, and Krishna always reciprocate whenever you're in difficult situation. Not a difficult because we don't really going to die if you don't eat, one or two times. We always find something. But always, whenever you try to actually, as Mataji said, do the right thing, you always find someone who will help you. That is actually Krishna is actually acting in mysterious ways. So I want to share the realization from our actually one of the posts by Amrish Prabhu, in our main Hare Krishna WECAN group, the Bhagavad Gita post, and this is Bhagavad Gita chapter 1, verse 1, the very first verse. And actually, I'm just referring to the brief explanation by Srila Prabhupada, where Amrish Prabhu wrote that Bhagavad Gita is a widely read theistic science summarized in the Gita Mahatmya, glorification of Gita. There it says that one should read Bhagavad Gita very scrutinizingly with the help of a person who's a devotee of Shri Krishna and try to understand it without personally motivated interpretations. The example of clear understanding is there in Bhagavad Gita itself. In the way the teaching is understood by Arjun, who heard the Gita directly from Lord. If someone is fortunate enough to understand Bhagavad Gita in that line of disciplic succession without motivated interpretations, then he surpasses all studies of Vedic wisdom and all scriptures of the world. One will find in the Bhagavad Gita all that is contained in other scriptures, but the reader will also find things which are not to be found elsewhere. That is the specific standard of the Gita. It is the perfect theistic science because it is directly spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shri Krishna. So I'm just referring to this actually, the part of the purport, And when I read it, actually, I found it very actually thought-provoking, the way Srila Prabhupada wrote it. And this is nothing new. Amrish Prabhu mentioned this point very many times in the past, especially Maharaj used to say that one has to study the scriptures scrutinizingly. And Maharaj also said that one has to learn to read between the lines.
So initially, I didn't understood what that mean, reading between the lines. Even I heard this, materialistic people use the similar statements, reading between the lines. But the difference is actually when I heard at my workplace, they say read between the lines. That is very diplomatic. It's not about they're speaking a truth. They're indicating that you should be diplomatic in your approach to get the things done. But when Maharaj says, read between the lines, that means actually you try to understand the instruction given in the mood, it was spoken by Srila Prabhupada, So here Maharaj is not telling us that be diplomatic, and you take what you want to actually want to take. Because I understood like whenever we read, especially now we're studying chapter 11 in our leaders Sangha, and most of the actually verses do not had a purport. So it was a bit challenging. It was new for me as well. And whenever we used to study, the first question again, what I'm going to share, it sounds very simple and it sounds exactly similar to last couple of verses. So, but actually I always remember these instructions, and then I said, Amrish Pur said, okay, focus on each words, and when you actually focus, then you're actually the understanding start to flow, and that's what I realized, and here Srila Prabhupada is also very actually nicely stated that by studying Bhagavad Gita, you will find all the knowledge given in other scripture as well, and you will also find things that you will not find anywhere else. So this is very mysterious, maybe that's why Bhagavad Gita is called as it's a very confidential knowledge, and my personal experience that when I try to read Bhagavad Gita, even before I come into the contact with Hare Krishna WECAN, I tried, but I did not understand. Even at that time, I thought this English is too, higher grade. I do not understand, and I gave up. But later, actually, when I actually started to study, in association with the devotees and under the guidance of Amrish Prabhuji, so it was easier, actually, where the explanations were given, and especially I'm more actually motivated by, Maharaja's transcendental melos, from very beginning, because that is very given in very simple language, easy to understand, and it is very thought provoking, even it's like as Amrish Pur says, like a punches, so I was thinking the way I actually understood, so we have been chanting, we chant, we try to do services, and we actually try to study scripture. So realization will naturally come, actually when you chant, there is no doubt. But one point I understood, like we always get realization, and sometimes the realization we get is not very convenient to me, so it's because it's spoken, actually it's actual truth, and because it's not convenient to me, sometimes we try to take another meaning out of it, so what I realized that I should not do this, because Krishna might be trying to reveal the real knowledge through your heart, so Maharaj says that sometimes Paramatma talks, so we should accept the instruction and try to see if that is actually the truth that is being spoken. And I realized that actually this is what is mean is that actually one has to actually scrutinizing studying, and without any motivated interpretations, so I know there are many different actually translators of the Bhagavad Gita, and they've given different meanings. I know that actually, but I'm not speaking on that point. I have even compared actually Srila Prabhupada's purports and translation with the other authors. And there is no doubt that actually Srila Prabhupada, actually, because we're used to studying Srila Prabhupada, we do not find those actually translation and purpose anymore. Actually, they're not very motivating. We know that you can feel the difference straight away if you're actually studying Srila Prabhupada's books. But personally, what it means is that we should be actually ready to accept the actually truth given in the scriptures, and even if it's not convenient, we should still accept it. So second thing, actually, the one of the melos, in the recent, actually, the melo given on the 5th of September, Maharaj says that we have to be clean and exhibit proper behavior in all our dealings. Otherwise, the onslaught of self-inflicted worries will devastate our health. So this is very actually powerful instruction. And when I thought about it, it's so true, actually. And I also realized sometimes it's difficult situation to be perfectly clean and exhibit proper actually the behavior in every situation, especially in a materialistic, at the job places and all that. That where you actually most of the time you have to be diplomatic, so sometime actually when you try to actually speak a truth, a lot of people do not like it, but still you have to actually speak it. And sometimes I feel that, oh, it will not be actually very beneficial to my position, but actually when you do it, actually you are naturally protected. That's what I realize, you always protected, when you try to do the right thing. So even that actually when I learned that actually when we compromise, then we kept worrying about those things, because heart in heart that we have not done the actually right thing. So that what Maharaj means, that because we keep thinking about it, we keep regretting it, so we're actually inflicting misery on ourselves, so rather we become straightforward and actually do what we actually realize what is the right thing to do. So, and that is good for your health as well, so that's how you become free, by actually speaking a truth, so because Krishna is actually supreme absolute truth, so you come closer to Krishna by actually speaking a truth. So that is actually another realization. And the practically actually, as Amrish Bose just said, actually we should pray to Maharaj, even for whenever we are in actually difficulty, we should always pray. Or Maharaj always says that whenever there's a difficulty, read the scripture and read Bhagavatam and you'll find solution. So I personally means I always experience that even now actually, especially challenging, for me to actually sometime look after my parents, because they're quite old and they are actually away in India. But whenever we actually pray, intensely, I used to pray every day because, my father had a bit of what it call is, now his memory is not that sharp, he's forgetting things.
Dementia.
Dementia, yes. It's a kind of actually dementia. And also my mother has a health issues and all that, and she's very particular about eating things, she actually has been always followed the Jain ways. So she do not like to eat cooked by anyone, she wants somebody in that similar background, so she had some troubles. But when I prayed, actually, I realized that after some time those issues were automatically resolved, without much effort. We prayed and we found a person that actually who's ready to stay with them and take care of them, actually all the 24/7, and who's actually cooking nicely for them, so they're happy now. So I was wondering, how these things are solved, but this is nothing but, our actually prayers, and prayers are being answered by Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada, and Krishna's mercy is always there. And because we get this mercy because of, Amrish Prabhu and all the seniors as well, because who are praying for us. So Prabhuji, I'm very thankful, for all the shelter, given by you. And I always pray that even now, actually our preaching programs, is only running because of the mercy we receive through our parampara, Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and Amrish Puru's prayers as well. So sometime, as I said, actually we try to preach and it's very difficult to actually bring people. So sometimes people don't turn up, So actually one incident happened like, the Ganesh Chaturthi, last, I think Saturday. And I had a doubt and happened, nobody turned up because, they want to celebrate, as I understand. But we still actually conducted a class, we are just there. Sopan Guru was there. I said, we actually sing the Kirtan for Srimati Radharani, and we actually, just discuss what I prepared, so it was very nice. So, actually they say that even nobody turns up, preach to the walls, because, we are not preaching for others, actually we're preaching for ourselves, so we should continue the service, but again, they're back again since last week, so it's good to see them. But I always understand, actually when you reach, now I understand, actually when you run preaching program, that one thing I realized, that for people who come and attend, for them it's very easy to say that they're busy and they're not coming. But actually when you run the program, you don't have that actually luxury that say I'm busy, I will not conduct the program. and I always have to make adjustments, always. So, and they realize, oh, it doesn't matter, actually, you have to adjust few things, but it's kept on going on, It's not that you run into great difficulty, You find a time and the program happens. So that is also mysterious, So, actually realizing, so actually Maharaj, when he said, those who study do not maybe understand, but those who preach, they will get this realization, perfectly. So thank you, Prabhuji, for sharing Guru Maharaj's, transcendental melodies and instruction. They are always helping me and my family as well. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes, Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Very nice. Thank you very much. You're understanding Guru Maharaj's teachings correctly. All the best to you. Keep praying. Even without difficulty, we keep praying. Long. It's very nice. And preaching means adjustment. Adjustment means what we don't want to do, we are doing. And that's why we're doing it for Krishna. And always remember, somebody else did for us. So we should do it for other people. It's our service back to them. How can you serve somebody who has served you? You cannot in Krishna consciousness and bhakti. So this is how you do. It's very nice. Krishna sees everyone's heart, and it's the blessings that that sustains a devotee. A person who can pray for everybody. His team, I'd read for it was a Christian missionary activity, they had done. And in that Christian missionary activity, they said that a person who's praying for his whole team, that team grows, was satisfied. So keep praying. Make sure the prayers are not for you, it's for everybody. And it's in the parampara. So everybody is satisfied. And when everybody is satisfied, you are satisfied. And do not be afraid of speaking the truth. Most of the time, what is in front of us, we don't study that, So I always found this big difficulty. And always have this difficulty with so many devotees who are much senior to me. So whenever I speak those things also, they don't like it, Say, why are you interpreting? This is what Prabhupada is saying this here, or this is what Mahaprabhu said. Why interpreting something else? So, but anyway, yeah, at the end of it, we can do our best. So you are very correct. Just add, and as you're doing already praying to Guru Maharaj, which I'm very happy with, please do so. Please do so. And all of you, every day, just do so. I made sure I never go into the problem with Maharaj. I made sure. But I'm telling you, I'm allowing you to pray with the problems with Maharaj. Please do. Please do. Maharaj will be very happy. If I say no to you, Maharaj will be very upset with me. Why did you stop them? They're coming to me with a problem. They're coming to me now. Why did you stop them? This is how Maharaj would ask. Why are you interfering? This is how Maharaj would answer. Tell me. I'm telling you, this is how Maharaj would say. Why are you interfering? They're coming to me with a problem. Let them come. Nothing else would Maharaj would say. Only this much. And I get my answer. Okay, perfect. This is your devotional service, so please do so. So do not think twice, even if you go with a problem to Maharaj. Do not go to if you are going with a happiness, distress, everything. When you wake up in the morning, we have this one. We say Guru Maharaj's name, we wake up in the morning. Not to sleep, we take Guru Maharaj's name and Krishna's name. That's it. Anything happens, we take Guru Maharaj. It's a small player. This is what we do. Always. This is how it is. And you don't require certificate from anybody. Nobody. You don't require from anybody. You know your heart is full. You know the blessings are with you. Very nice. All the best to you. Please. Hare Krishna. Who would like to go next?
Hare Krishna. Thank you, His Grace Amrish Prabhuji and Her Grace Purna Pragya Mataji and His Grace Krishna Samarva Prabhu for this opportunity and our training. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you for your nice realization. I'll just quickly share my small realization. This is the my realization is one of the point from the Amrish Prabhu's a couple of weeks ago lecture. That is from the Devahuti, you know. So I did not wrote down that day the shloka, Prabhuji, but I have translation of the shloka. The Devahuti says that praise to Krishna, like, you know, that I'm sick of the disturbance caused by material senses. Because of this sense disturbance, my Lord, I have fallen into the abyss of ignorance. So I was thinking about this point, you know, the Devahuti, she recognized, you know, why she's attached to the, she may have attached to the material thing. That's why she's going away from the Krishna or have a detachment. And then I was just thinking that, you know, how my situation is nothing like, my situation is kind of same, like very much entangled, you know, very much involved in our material stuff, our material life. And then since that's why I'm very I'm feeling that I'm not doing my devotional service properly due to the material engagements and all. So it's need to be I think that it need to be recognized myself that what is the most important, you know, that is devotional service is most important than our material life. But somehow I have to manage, you know, to more focus. And as we discussed in that same class, Prabhuji mentioned two words, that's Smarantam Shasvataha. That's remembering continuously. So every time whatever we're doing is that we should continuously remember Krishna, you know. So it is fine that we have to do our material life services and all. So I remember Tukaram Maharaj's example, you know, whatever he do, he always remember only Krishna. He always saying Panduranga, Panduranga, Panduranga. He sometimes he forget that what he's doing, but he's very much into singing, taking Krishna's name and all. And the result is that the Lord Panduranga personally come to take him, you know, to Vaikuntha. Also same as, like, you know, we know the story of Prahlad Maharaj. He's always saying Narayan, 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 and then so many obstacles come to him. His own father gave him trouble to do the devotional service, but he did not, you know, stop his services. And then finally Lord Nasir Bhagwan come and saved him as well. So this is the lesson for me, that no matter how much busy in my material life, I should be, you know, more focused. I'm trying to be more focused on the devotional service and progress in the Krishna consciousness. So this is my one point from the today's realization. And then the next point is that as Mataji mentioned, you know, and Prabhuji you also mentioned earlier that to raising the children in Krishna consciousness, because our Guru Maharaj always says that if the parents do, then children automatically learn, you know. So I remember that when Navina was very young, you know, then we were treating her as a very child, you know. But I remember one time we were doing services in the temple for one of the festival, and Prabhuji said, you know, don't think she's a child. She understand everything, you know. And then I was like, how, you know? And then I saw, you know, that Prabhuji told her that there was some mats. Prabhuji just showed her, you know, keep it there. And she was very tiny, like very young. And as Prabhuji told her, you know, showed her once, she'd start to do all of them. And then, you know, that is the live example for me. They see, they understand everything. So then Mataji and Prabhuji was saying that, yeah, teach her verses, teach her Narsingh Aarti and all, you know. So, And she was just learned because of when we were singing at home, she learned automatically, you know, I didn't put any efforts as well, that one. Also in the Krishna kids classes, I remember one of the girls, she used to come, she was only 3.5 years old. And when I was teaching her the shloka, I always tell her that fold your hands nicely first, and then we will sing, always, you know. And then her mother, I requested her mother to be with her in case she will be, you know, uneasy or something. So her mother used to stay with her. And one time, and then her mother also take an interest to sing the verses, learn the verses, and they both were learning. And next class, when she was singing, she folded hand and she sang nicely. And I asked her mom, would you like to sing? And her mom didn't, like, she didn't fold her hands. She just started to sing. Her daughter stopped her, you know. Mama, you forgot, Mataji always told, fold your hands before you sing the verse, you know. So I was like, you know, how kids, they learn and they remember more than us. So yes, that things I always remember, you know, like for me, it's like when I want my daughter to learn something, I have to do that first, and then she will be. So we should not blame to the kids that they are not listening. I should blame myself that I'm not giving her training properly in something. That's the wrong one. So yeah, these 2 points I like to share today, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. All the best. All the best. Very nice. Yes, yes. I remember, you know. And she's also very smart, very girl now. She's a young woman now, so I can't fool around with her anymore. For 10 years, they have to be very careful, you know. Yeah. And Panduranga, we think Panduranga is a black deity of Krishna, but Panduranga means white complexion, fair complexion, pale white. You know, it came in my reading. I said, oh, Pandu. It is, you know, it was about Krishna in some other episode, past times. You know, so Pandu, okay, that's white complexion. When I did more research, I said, yeah, pale white complexion. You know, although it is black complexion. Okay, Hare Krishna. Do you have anybody else wants to say anything? Please feel
Sorry,
free.
Prabhuji. Can I share something?
Yes, yes.
As you were saying about the Pandu means white. So I also remember from the Mahabharata, you know, Pandu Maharaj, his name was Pandu because he born as a white, like, you know, that's why. Yes. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. As I said, mainly from a point of view of he was considered always blackish. And Tukaram Maharaj's wife always called him blackish, black man. That's why I just thought at that point, you know. Yeah. Tukaram Maharaj ki jai. Okay. Anyone wants to say anything? Please feel free. We'll wait for 10 more seconds. No. Okay. Hare Krishna. So now, as you returned, we wanted to discuss about the intermediate level devotees program. So there's not much time left. I know Pastor Gun Samata are waiting for it to come on. Now, where is going to start now? What are you going to say? Announce all those things. They're waiting for so long. I wasted my time for so long. You know, waited in coming along. Yeah, I know. They call me a very shrewd person. I'm not sure. I'm just being honest. You know. But anyway, I think I will not be able to cover the whole point. It will take a bit of a long time. But there are people, devotees from the beginners program also here who are moving into intermediate level soon. So for everybody to stay. Do you remember when all of you moved to the intermediate level? You had spoken to me. I had spoken to you very briefly. And I told you first point, one of the 2-3 points. Do you remember all my points, or you forgot about it? You forgot, just tell me yes. Let's not waste time. You're going to be limited time.
No, Prabhu, I don't remember.
Okay. Right. What about you, Mataji? Yeah. Well, then you had promised me, yes, I remember everything. I'm like an elephant, you know. If you want, I can replay the memory. If you say, but I did not do this, but it's in my memory, but it will not be accepted in the court of law on earth. But out of earth, accepted. This is what you said, it is correct. Because Krishna is a witness too. Okay, so I had said that till a beginner's level, you know, we speak with the interaction. There is always a combat fight, you know, interaction. It's very easy. You come, you go, no problem. You know, it's easy. It's a very big step up, intermediate level. So it's a very big step up. You said yes. I said, are you ready for the step up? You said yes. Correct? Remember your yes? Okay. All right. Because I said we have to break it into 2 halves. Okay. So the first half here. Sorry, don't nod your head. Is it a yes or a no? Nodding can be anything.
Yes,
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. Okay. All right. So far, did you find any step up? So far, our tutors gave the lectures. We had some percentage of coming attendance. Even if you don't attend, it's still all right. We spoke to you. We were pretty cool lollipops. We were. Okay. And now, and you to write the examination after reading. Even if you miss, you read, you listen, it's done. Did you really find it was step up? Tell me honestly, hand in heart. I don't think so. My answer is, nah, this is not step up. This is easy. Tell me, what do you think? Be honest. I know your answers. Before you could even think, your heart changes, I'll know. Do not ask me how. I know. So tell me what I know. Do you think so far in your IDP, was it a step up from a beginner's level? Such a great step up, as I was pointing out to me, it's going to be a big step up. Of course, some more step up, obviously. There's a written examinations and all that, but
Hare Krishna. Yes, Prabhu, for like personally, it was a step up from beginner's class in terms of philosophy and the depth of philosophy that was covered, and like NOI, nectar of instructions that we covered, and all the various verses leading up to, you know, the highest level of bhakti. Yes, definitely from a philosophical point and from a personal point of view, there had to be more commitments to attend the class and give exams, because beginners class, even if you didn't watch some videos, there was no exam on it. Obviously, you would ask some things here and there, and it would eventually show up when we give realizations or anything, and it's very easy to catch. But in intermediate, there is exams that we have to give. So reading up on the theory, and not just reading up, actualizing it, because the answers were also checked. So, and then we were marked also. So that was, I think, the step up.
so much. Don't say ditto. Okay, tell me what is your answer.
Yes, probably there. I would say it was a step up. Some similar points as part program, but yes, it was a step up in the way that giving the fact that we had to give exams did give us some level of ability compared to that in beginners group. And yes, the philosophy was also different. Although yes, I would also say that the amount of responsibility we should have taken was not what we actually did. We should have had more attendance, and we were not having that much. I mean, at least I was not having that, and I was not as regular as was expected of me to be. So I think I will not speak for the other people. I will speak for myself that even though it was a step up in a way, but I think it was not that much of a step up, and for myself, because I was not as regular to it as I should have been.
Okay, Okay, thank you very much. Because I want the beginners level devotees to be watching as well, be part. It's for you. That's why I'm talking to them in front of everybody. It's a general program. So all of you will understand it. Okay. Oh well, I believe this was lollipop. There's nothing. Our tutors are working very hard. They would show up, they would prepare, they would give, all interject. I said this is wrong, that is right, all those things. You guys you heard it. You're good students. So it is easy for students. You read it and you can write the examination, which is great. Some bit of example here and there. But I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied. I believe that leaders Sangha, to come to leaders Sangha, you do not know how Sridhar Prabhu, Sanjeev Prabhu, what I say to them. I'm not saying I'm pouncing on them, not that way. What I said to them is personal realizations. In there, our relationships, Avinash Prabhu, So I still feel we need to have more interaction. You need to understand us more, we need to understand you more. You'll appreciate one thing. We are very kind-hearted people. Is it not so? Tell me. Raise your hand, Parthahu. Raise your hand. Yes or no? Do you find our kind of kind-heartedness in material world? People will be like this to you. We show up every time. You don't show up, it's okay. We tell you please, you say okay. You don't say thank you. We tolerate that. We don't expect your thank you. We don't expect your sorry. You don't say sorry. You say sometimes you say sorry. I'm not saying you, I'm saying everybody. We tolerate it, no problem. Move on. The coming no, that is important in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Okay? This is how mercy is given and mercy somebody gave us. All right. So what we want to do is this. Okay. And I'll part you with one question. You got one advantage, both of you. You can give an answer till tomorrow. Till next week, sorry. I would want to do like this now. I believe personally, my experience is this, that the course that we are doing, Nectar of Instruction, Shri Upadeshamrita. So Krishna willing, all the devotees who are coming with us in Vrindavan will go to the place where Shri Upadeshamrita is written. We'll spend some time there. So all of you will be having, those who are with us, because we got a longer gap, we'll not be going with everybody all the time because there's a lot of crowd there. We want to go there. Nectar of Instruction, Nectar of Devotion is a beautiful place, and we'll go there. So what I want to do is this. I want to somehow make sure that we get more face time for each other. And I want us to understand very good depth on it, because I believe Nectar of Instruction and Shri Upanishad are no ordinary scriptures. It has got highest level of ecstasy in it. Okay. And we want to make sure that all of us have understood it. Not only you. No, I'm not saying that we've understood it and you have not understood it. I'm saying all of us have understood it together. So I want to have this way. This is what I want to do. There are you've given exams for Shri Upanishad first 4 verses. And the total how many verses in Shri Upanishad? 6, 8, 7.5, or 8.5. How many verses are there in Shri Upanishad?
So 18.
Oh, 18 verses. Okay, sure. I thought you were going to say 7.5, 8 verses, it's done. No. Okay, no problem. I did not know. See, this is how dumb I am. So now, what we want is this. I want all of you to study each verse. One mantra, there are mantras, okay? And all of you will study the mantra. And on the day, I will tell you, Path Prabhu, Munchi Mataji, you give this class points. So you will give your presentation on that mantra, all of you, and we'll ask you questions. If some clarification needs to be done, how it is to be done, all of us. Next week, don't think that, okay, because I spoke last week, I'm not going to prepare. I will ask you again, or ask that again. I'll ask multiple people to. Listen, I'm destined to live in the material world. All of you are destined to go back to Godhead. Okay? So my job is to make sure that all of you go back to Godhead. Let me remain in the material world. Because what will I do? I'm a bossy here, and I cannot be bossy there. Krishna is the boss. That's it. He said, you be here only, rascal. Stay here. Mahavir said, become my dog. I'm happy to be my dog. A good Mahavir dog. So this is what we want to do. So all of you will prepare all the verses every time, and we may have either one person speaking, or two, or three, or four. And I'll give you time frame in which you can confine your realizations, your points of all the words, the whole mantra, purport. And then I'll ask you some questions, or they will ask you some questions. Not only I, means tutors also. Okay, and we'll go to sleep. Sometimes we'll close our camera off, and you will speak. All right, and then sometimes we'll not ask you any question, and we'll say, Prabhuji, class is over. Class is over. No answer. All right, right. This is how we're going to do, and there will be absenteeism. You can have 90% is a compulsory presence. Okay. After this, so I would also want to do, we will do nectar of instruction also like this. So it's going to be one verse each time. So it's going to be about 3, 4, 5, 6 months. By the time you will understand us very well, we'll understand you very well with a 90% attendance, and you will go, I'm sure you'll go with flying colors. I believe this is a step up in its true sense. I'm very happy you want to leave the program, please do so. Okay, this is how it's going to be, because we need to have full trust in you, and you need to have full trust in us, 100%. Because what I speak is earth-shattering to my leaders. What I share with them, we don't share with you people. It's earth-shattering. Not that I've got big realization, it means that I'm a big mouth, so I speak big loudly. That's what it means. All right? I know everything happens that happens in ISKCON. I know everything happens in Gaudiya Math, Chaitanya Math, in your whatever, other Vaishnava Sampradayas. Okay? So we need to have this clear philosophical understanding with full faith. Okay? Now I'll leave you, because you both have attended today, I'll leave you with a question. You have got a choice to make, which others don't have. So whatever you decide, they have to follow. Okay, you got 1 week to decide whether you will speak on all the 18 verses of Sri Upanishad for your best realization. We want to make sure you understand it very, very well. Or you want to speak from 5 to 18. Think about it, and we will hear from you next week. Okay, and we want you, I believe personally, my final point, that all of you are very nice people. You've got a lot of potential, and you're going to become big preachers of ours. Okay, and we want to make sure that we can serve you very nicely as your servants, and we want you as our masters to be certain whether you want to become our master or not, whether you want to keep us as a servant or not. So far, what we're teaching you is basics. It's very good, and our tutors have been very nice. They have confined their knowledge, giving you knowledge on philosophical point very beautifully. But I want to go a bit more to make sure that the mood of Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, that has to be picked up very easily. I want you to understand what I understand, what we feel. How is it possible that if in those people who are in our team, when their heart changes and we don't speak to each other, we know heart has changed. And we know exactly what has changed. There is no question of asking you, this is what has happened. And I'm not talking about you. I want you all to be the same. Because if a duffer like me can do it, all of you can do it. And this is our preacher. Then, after this, when you move to the leaders program, then you come to that, you'll be ready to be trained as preachers. And that is where you become my confidant as my masters. And you will not misunderstand us and misunderstand me. When I roar at you, or when I speak very nicely, all these things for you. It's just for our betterment. Okay? So you have a choice that whether others will follow this, you make your decision next week. You both can decide together, no problem. Whether you want to speak nectar of instruction, Sri Upanishad from 5 onwards, or 1 to the whole 18 verses. Okay? But this is how it's going to be. What do you think of it? I think it's a very bad idea this time. So answer would be, tell me, hand in the heart and tell me. Is it a very bad idea? Tell me yes. Say yes. It's a very bad thing, Prabhuji. It's a very, very bad thing. Tell me this. I want to hear this. Bad thing. It's a worst nightmare come true. 90% attendance. How dare you this? Who do you think you are? You have no time. Tell me this. I want to hear this. If you can sit like this the whole night, I don't mind.
No, Prabhu, it is a very good, I think, plan that you said, because yes, it will definitely, personally for me, it will force me to study all the verses all over again, and not just study them, but study it in a way that we can give realizations on them and make other people understand. I think that when we move to leaders, I think it's not just about realizing the verse ourselves, it's also about sharing that realizations to others. Uh, Obviously, we preach for our own benefit, but this is our benefit. If we make the realization so simple that other people can also understand, then we have made it simple for ourselves also to follow it. So, yeah, bro, I think it is a good thing. I have some questions around the technicalities, Prabhu.
Don't worry. It will be answered. Technicalities will be answered when we start the program.
Okay.
This is not the way that we're going to change anything. Don't be misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. We don't change anything. I'm just being very good. I'm a very kind-hearted person. Just ask you what do you think. I'm not a politician. Politician will say that you've got one choice and two choices, but they do their own things. But I'm telling you on the face, yeah, that's what is going to happen. Because I think this is the best way to go forward. Because you will know our heart, we'll know your heart. Our heart should be one. You will notice all this, our tutors, our leaders which are there, our heart is one. Okay? Good. Technicalities is very simple. You prepare for it, we'll tell you, please speak. You speak what you understood from this purport. And then we'll ask a question. If it goes further, next verse, next week also we'll continue this verse. We've got all the time, making sure that you are ready for leaders group, Sangha. Okay? But remember, the more delay you make, the more those who are in the beginners program, leaders, they have to move to the leaders Sangha soon. So you have to move fast, thinking about that.
So, Prabhu, about giving a class, like, will it be told before or impromptu?
Impromptu. You prepare for the class. One mantra per week. So
Okay.
mantra 1, all of you prepare mantra 1. And we say you speak, you speak. So you speak. And then you speak. Okay, then you're done, then we ask you questions. And then clarify this point. What about this? What about that? Very good. Done. Very good. Next week, next mantra. So next mantra also we'll ask anybody. Understand this point?
Is there a cap on the time we get to speak?
We will see at that time.
Okay.
Because sometimes we want all of you to speak also. Sometimes we'll have 2 weeks to speak on this.
Okay.
So don't worry, you got enough time. Okay? It's just that we want to make sure that you get enough opportunity to understand us and we get enough opportunity to understand you. Very simple. and we're thorough about this. We'll break the barriers of communication. We understand it very, very clearly. Okay, Parth Prabhu, you got the answer?
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Hare
thank you.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yes, Swami Mataji, any questions you have got?
No, Prabhuji. I had similar questions. They have been, you have clarified it nicely now.
Yeah, no clarification. Definitely no clarification. So 90% attendance, and you got a chance to let us know by next week what you want to do. All the 9 verses, all the, from 5 onwards, or 1 to 18, and we'll see if you want to do the nectar of instruction also, which I really want to do. So we'll work with that. And other two will have to follow what you said. Okay. So next week, but it will start from the week after. Okay. If there's a change of timing, we'll let you know the change of timing in between. Okay. We'll let you know. But this is the time for us for now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Same place, same time. Hare Krishna. So beginners program. You understand this, right? This is how it is going to be for the intermediate level to the leaders from Sangha. Okay. So don't worry. You are all in a good space. You're doing all very good things. So next week we'll continue this discussion further, and we'll have concrete answers and finalize things in front of you. Everybody knows this. Okay. Wonderful. Hare Krishna. If you both want to run away from next week, just let us know in advance. It's good to be honest, If you just don't show up, then we'll say you run away. You look bad. That's why I put in front of everybody. I'm sure you won't do it. They said this is Ambrish is a very hard nut to crack. Yeah, that's right. I have no nut to crack. A nut. So don't crack me. All right. But as I said, we believe that you have got a lot of potential to become big preachers. I personally believe, and I don't lie. All right? This is the truth. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki jai. Oh, we've got our devotees here. Very nice. Our guests are becoming very regular now. Huh? Pradyumna Prabhuji?
Hare Krishna.
Oh, Hare Krishna. But what is your name, please?
My name is Harshal. My name is Priyanshi.
Oh, Harshal and Priyanshi. Your Harshal full name?
Huh?
Full name. What is your name? Full name?
Harshal Pradeep Pandey.
Harshal Pradeep Pandey. My name is Harshal Pradeep Pandey. And what is your name, my Mataji, young Mataji?
Priyanshi Pradeep. Priyanshi Pradeep Pandey.
Priyanshi Pradeep Pandey. Very good, very good. How old are you?
But 11.
You are 11 years old. And what about Priyanshi? How old is she?
I am 10-year-old.
10-year-old, 11-year-old. Very good.
He had
Very
a
good.
birthday yesterday, Prabhu. It was
Oh,
Priyanshi's birthday.
Priyanshi's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yesterday.
Show us your face. We can't see her face here. Let's see her face. Yes, now you can see. We must all sing for her birthday. Ah, that's what I thought last time when you said you were 9 years old. So now how come you become 10 years old in a few days, in a couple of weeks' time? So we must sing for her birthday now, all of us, right? What do you think? We must sing for Priyanshi Mataji's birthday? What do you think? We must sing?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, so let us sing, all of us. Okay? You can unmute yourself, please. Sing very nicely. 1, 2, 3, start. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday
birthday
to you. Happy birthday, dear Priyanshi. Happy birthday to you. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you.
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna to you.
may you never
Never
be
be
born
born
again.
again.
May you
May you
never
never
be
be
born
born
again.
again.
May
May
you
you
go
go
back
back
to
to
your
your
head.
head.
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
to
to
you.
you. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Hari
Hari
Bol. Priyanshi Mataji ki jai.
Thank you.
Very nice. Hare Krishna. You're welcome. You're welcome. May God bless you. May Krishna bless you. Hari Bol. So today, whose turn is it to sing? Maharaj, Maharaj, please hear us.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Okay, Subhadraji, it is your turn. So what we'll do is, with this, if Priyanshi, Harshal also come, then we'll add them in the routine also. Okay. So one for you, 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 5 of you. Okay. ठीक है? ये चलेगा आपको?
Yes, Prabhuji.
क्या
Yes,
चालेल का?
Prabhuji. Yes, Prabhuji.
महीना मतलब ये चालेल का तुम्हारा?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yes, you all speak in English. I'm speaking in Hindi and Marathi. हाँ, ठीक है. आपको समझ चलेगा ना हर्षल प्रभु आपको?
हाँ.
And प्रियांशी माता जी आपको चलेगा?
हाँ.
आप आएंगे हम हर संडे को आएंगे इस समय पर शाम को ये अच्छा ये लंच टाइम नहीं है आपका खाने का समय नहीं है आपका
हम खा के आए थे घर से नाश्ता करके आए थे
अच्छा नाश्ता करके आया था मतलब पेट भरा हुआ है आपका चलो अच्छी बात है वेरी नाइस तो सुभद्रा जी आज आपका टर्न है ठीक है ना वेरी नाइस प्लीज सिंग वेरी नाइसली विद नाइस एक्शन
Krishna Prabhuji.
हरे कृष्णा नवीना जी सॉरी whose turn is it
It's actually my turn, Prabhuji.
it's your turn I thought Subhadra Mataji said something I'm becoming old now I'm seeing things I'm not seeing things clearly
Okay, let her sing.
Okay. Very nice, Navina Mataji. It's your turn. Please sing very nicely. We'll follow you with nice actions. So one. So okay. So this week is Navina Mataji. Then we'll start with. Oh, sorry. Last week, whose turn was it last week? Madhav Prabhuji.
Yes.
Before that, it was Subhadra Mataji. Okay. So the next week we'll have Harshal, and then Priyanshi, and then we'll have then Madhavji, then Subhadraji, and then Navina ji again. Okay. We understand this? You remember, I'll forget things, okay? Who remember this roster? Harshal will remember. Yeah, he will remember this. Very good. Who else will remember? Not one person. I don't trust one person. One more. Give me all of you. Raise your hands if you remember this. Shubhadaji will remember. Very good. Maru, you remember. Navina, you remember. Remember, huh? I'll start off saying if you don't forget. If you forget, then. Okay? Right. Please sing now, Navina ji. 1, 2, 3, start.
Maharaj, please hear us.
Maharaj, please hear us.
We have learned some real good stuff.
We have learned some real good stuff.
Maharaj, we have learned one thing.
Maharaj, we have learned one thing.
And today for you we will sing.
And today for you we will sing.
If our room is clean,
If a room is clean,
then our mind is clean.
then our mind is clean.
If our mind is clean,
If our mind is clean,
we can do anything.
we can do anything.
If our room is dirty,
If our room is dirty,
then so are we.
then so are we.
If we are dirty,
And if we are dirty,
happy,
we're not happy.
wasting time,
Wasting time
greatest crime.
is the greatest crime
Because wasted time
because wasted time
is a wasted mind.
is a wasted mind.
So best use your time
So best use your time
when you're in your prime.
when you're in your prime
And your whole life
and your whole life
sublime.
will be sublime.
If your wealth is gone,
If your wealth is gone,
then there's nothing wrong.
then is nothing wrong.
If your health is gone,
But if your health is gone,
it's a different song.
that's a different song.
If your character dies,
But if your character dies,
then the world will cry.
then the world
Only saintly behavior
only self-behavior
lets humanity thrive.
humanity thrive.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We must always remember Krishna.
We must always remember
Krishna. And never forget him too.
and never forget to.
But how are we to practice this with so many things to do?
But how are we to practice this with so many things to do?
That is the greatest question.
That is the greatest question.
And here is the greatest clue.
And here is the greatest clue.
You must learn to work so nicely that Krishna remembers you.
You must learn to work so nicely that Krishna remembers you.
So listen very closely.
So listen very closely
And make your thinking sharp.
and make your thinking sharp.
Let's learn how we can live and work so Krishna won't depart.
Let's learn how we can live and work so Krishna won't depart.
If something's due tomorrow,
If something's due tomorrow,
finish it today.
finish it today.
And whatever's due today,
And what else due today?
do it now, don't delay.
Do it now, don't delay.
If your friends might be lazy
Your friends might be lazy
or doing bad things,
or doing bad things.
you think again,
You think again.
don't follow them,
Don't follow them.
and you will win in the end.
And you will win in the end.
Whatever work we're given,
Whatever work we given,
we do our very best.
we do our very best.
We only live with what we need and give Krishna the rest.
We only live with what we need and give Krishna the rest.
This is how to live, to work and to play. If you learn to live this way, we'll see Krishna every day.
This is how to live, to work and to pray. We learn to live this way, we'll see Krishna every day.
And when our time is up, he'll take himself above. We'll sing and dance with him with our hearts full of love.
And when our time is up, he'll take us up above. We'll sing and dance with him with a heart full of love.
So chant Krishna's names, his glories and his fame is the only way this world will ever become same.
So chant Krishna's names, his glories and his fame. This is the only way this world will ever become sane.
Now please ask this greatest question
Now please ask this greatest question
and find this greatest clue.
and find this greatest clue.
You can only remember Krishna
You can only remember Krishna
if Krishna remembers you.
if Krishna remembers you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Sorineshwara Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, Shri Gurudev ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Shri Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai. Shri Nitai Gaur Chandra Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutara Shrimati Mahavishnu Goswami Ki Namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vastaya Bhutara Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Ki Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pacharane Nirvishesh Sundari Vasudhi. Hare Krishna. So before we go, I wanted to say this. Shubhadra ji, Madhav ji, you just sing very nicely, man. Huh? With nice harmonium. Well done. Very good. Do you practice also like this? Do you practice also?
We practice in the harmonium.
Very good. I can see Madhav Prabhu was trying to play harmonium.
Huh?
Yes, Prabhuji. He's not very fluent, but he's learning.
Better than me.
Prabhuji.
Huh?
We're just
Very good.
watching some lessons from YouTube and learning.
Okay. Yeah, good, good. Very nice. All the best. And you're playing Mridanga too. It's
I
just
was
like me,
as
I used
well,
to play.
Prabhuji. I just learning as well.
Yeah, this is how I used to learn. I used to play. Even till today, I didn't know how to play, but where to do it,
Yes.
No other option for us. So similarly for you, I'm very happy. Very good. Children are all engaged. Hare Krishna.
They were happy
Yeah.
to learn that's those different tunes, probably. To probably learn more tunes as well.
Yes, yes, yes. Why not? Why not? Because Krishnadas is teaching Padma Prabhu, Mridanga and all. It's a bit of an advanced class, but you can learn. They'll teach you. We'll have a separate class for it. No
Okay.
problem.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, he knows harmonium also and Mridanga too. Yeah.
Yes, probably.
Because we got some big plan. If it works out that way in Vrindavan, we'll see how it goes, All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hare
brother.
Krishna. So Krishna willing. Now next week, IDP, we will look out for a post from your tutors on the next program. But we'll start, I think, the examination, so this kind of process is interaction from the week after, okay? Next week, we'll finalize things with other devotees also, and then we'll be off we go with it, okay? So, I'm debating myself, we've not had a Kirtan program for a long time. So, should we have a Kirtan program next week? What do you all think? Or we should have it philosophy, we go back with philosophy. Right, works with me, works fine with me. Okay, raise your hands if you want Kirtan next week. If you raise your hand like this, I can see you. Even I can't see you out of the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5. My wife is saying 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, raise your hands if no Kirtan program. Sorry, who's there?
So, Hare Krishna Prabhuji, it's me. Count me, please, Prabhuji. Yes.
Yours are Kirtan. 8. Majority ho gaya wahan par. Who doesn't want Kirtan? It's me alone. Pathu never raised his hand, man. Social Mother never raises her hand. You're okay with both, not okay with both, I do not know. You don't want the program. Arey fool, I'm saying don't do the program. Why don't you understand this? Okay.
I'm okay with anything, Prabhuji.
That is not an answer. Okay with anything is not an answer, खाएंगे आप? हाँ मैं खाऊंगी या नहीं भी खाऊंगी?
I'm
Okay.
with the party whosoever has more votes.
Yeah, who's winning? The winning party. Okay. Okay, we'll have winning party and Kirtan program. Okay, so there we go. So you got 1 week to prepare nicely and prepare from what we've studied, what we taught you, the same tunes, very nicely. I think we should have let's instead of 2 hours, let's do 3 hours program. What do you think? It's a good idea. 2 hours enough? I do not know. If 8 people singing 5 minutes, 2 hours should be enough. I think 2 hours should be enough. 3 hours will be boring. Oh, we're sleeping. How much are to tolerate people singing? Okay, we'll go with 2 hours. But IDP, we will have a session before that. Okay, so look out for the post from the leaders, from a wonderful teachers. Okay, thank you. So Krishna willing, we'll see you next week, same place, same time. Till then, chant Hare Krishna and be happy. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.